Welcome everyone to the Future Landscapes Symposium. My name is Marieke, Eyskoot. I'm a sustainable lifestyle expert as well as a speaker and presenter, and it's an honor to be one of your hosts for this event. I've written a few books on how to live more future-proof. The most well-known is This is a Good Guide for a Sustainable Lifestyle, or Dit is een goede gids in Dutch. And I specialize in tips and tricks on how to make more conscious choices that help save our planet and therefore our landscape. I do that as a moderator, a keynote speaker, a consultant, and of course a presenter. So therefore I'm extra delighted to be here with this session today. But I'm not on my own. Niels van Manen is my co-host. Niels, you have an even more direct link, of course, with this subject, right?
Yes, that's correct, Marieke. Good morning, everyone. I'm a lecturer here at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, but I also coordinate the training for HERILAND, one of the two projects that is presenting this symposium to you today. And personally, I am fascinated as a geographical information scientist, how maps can capture the values that we attribute to our landscapes. And also how maps can support conversations between scientists, policymakers, and businesses in shaping the future landscape. So I'm delighted to moderate the symposium with you today.
Amazing. Me too. And of course, this is exactly one of the things we're going to be talking about. So that's a real good thing. Let me give you a quick map of what we're going to be doing today. Sorry, I'm not going to be making many of these jokes today. I apologize. This symposium consists of 3 parts. After this introduction, I'll be taking you on a ride to discover the TERRANOVA program with contributions of several key players. After a 30-minute break, Niels will take over and guide you through an exploration of HERILAND. After that, you will have an hour to rest and re-energize, and believe me, you'll need it, because we'll be sharing a lot of very interesting and exciting information with you today. Then the third and final part starts at 1:30, when we are joined by keynote speaker Michael Turner, and representatives of both projects come together to discuss the future of the European landscape. Now, as a cherry on this already quite delicious pie, I would say, comedian and singer-songwriter Kiki Schippers joins us today, as she is composing a special original song based on this event and this theme. She will be doing that live and direct from the studio here at the VU in Amsterdam, and she'll be giving us a few updates and sneak peeks throughout the program before she performs the final song during the third part. Now, the million-dollar question, of course, is, what are we going to be talking about today? What are those projects, TERRANOVA and HERILAND?
Yes, today we discuss the future landscapes of Europe. What do sustainable landscapes look like? Sustainable from a societal and economic as well as nature perspective. What role can we as humans play? And also, what room should we leave for nature to shape our future landscapes? And what important lessons can history teach us about how to look after the landscape, but also what interventions not to make? Today we will meet the researchers of 2 large European training and research networks, TERRANOVA and HERILAND. In TERRANOVA and HERILAND, universities, companies, and businesses together train 30 PhD researchers, and their research will provide vital knowledge on how to manage future landscapes in Europe. And the aim is that together they will become ambassadors for the vision that they develop on the European landscape during the projects. TERRANOVA looks back at the long history of human-environment interactions, with the aim to restore a more sustainable relationship with our landscapes. HERILAND looks at landscapes as heritage, as significant cultural values. Deciding to preserve or transform our landscapes also means deciding to transform or maintain our cultural values. And for a word of welcome, I now give the floor to Professor Suzanne Lejeune. the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, which is hosting both TERRANOVA and HERILAND.
Hoort het publiek dit wel? Hoort het publiek dit wel?
Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Suzanne Lejeune and I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at this university. And on behalf of the board of our faculty and the Research Institute Kluiving, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this symposium on future landscapes. It has been organized by our faculty staff who coordinate HERILAND and TERRANOVA, our Europe-wide Marie Sklodowska-Curie projects. HERILAND and TERRANOVA bring together researchers and societal partners from all over Europe and beyond. Their aim is to produce convincing new ideas, tools, and training that allow to create sustainable future landscapes. The pandemic, with its lockdowns, curfews, limitations to travel and move, and virtual encounters, has added new dimensions to our understanding and appreciation of spatial and physical encounters. This makes thinking about future landscapes the more timely, in order to explore how landscape history and heritage can be used to enhance sustainability and to release social, cultural, and economic capital. With these ambitions and questions that also resonate in the Sustainable Development Goals, the two projects of HERILAND and TERRANOVA are at the heart of interdisciplinary approaches to the research and education that in our faculty is key for humanities. We regard TERRANOVA and HERILAND as spearheads of our research and training policy. Therefore, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you, even in this virtual environment. And let me, with these words, open this symposium, wishing you fruitful discussions, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much to the Dean. And indeed, fruitful discussions are very important. So we want to give you the opportunity today to not just listen, but also participate. This we'll be doing via the tool Mentimeter. So if you haven't done so already, please go to the website menti.com and log in with the code that you see on your screen. We'll be asking you questions throughout the program about your preferences, about your opinions, and also at any time you are able to ask our guests questions yourself via the question marks. They are then moderated and sent to us, and although we have quite a full program and might not be able to include all of them, we will of course definitely try. Also, if you, with your question, announce who your question is for, that gives the opportunity for an actual interesting answer for you. So go for it. Let's practice this a bit, shall we?
That sounds excellent. As a first question, we are curious to see who is participating in our symposium and is joining our discussion. And we're interested to see what your current location is. And you can mark this on the map. And as you record your answers, we will see it as well on our shared screen.
Can we put ours there as well? That would be fun. Can someone click Amsterdam, maybe? That would be nice. Can you see something happening already?
Well, I see that a lot of Dutch people are joining us.
Yes.
Now we also have Sweden represented.
Nice. Yes. It feels a little bit like Eurovision Song Contest all of a sudden.
It does. And I guess because of the time zone as well, people in North America will still be fast asleep.
Ah, yes, of course. Well, I'm going to say dues points for Sweden. Oh, there's more popping up. Eastern Europe.
Yes. I think we have either Greece or Turkey.
Yes.
It's hard to make out from this.
The screen is a little bit far away from us, so if we mislocate you, sorry, it's because of the distance.
Yeah, so this kind of live feedback will also feed into our discussion. So it's wonderful to see that we are being joined by people from different parts of Europe. So that's, let's say, our first conclusion. And please record your answer. And then we move on to the next question.
Yes.
This second question focuses on who should shape the future landscape. And we would like you to allocate percentages to express the important influence that each of these should have. So should policymakers, scientists, citizens, or enterprises have the upper hand in shaping our future? I'm curious to see what your views are.
We have a really good audience where they choose scientists, and that maybe is what they are themselves. Some of them, I like that you choose yourself. I think that's really good. But then, of course, you're a citizen as well as a scientist, right? So that sort of gives you a double role here. We have elections coming up in the Netherlands quite soon, which means that your role as a citizen can become quite big in terms of how you determine what happens around you. Enterprise is not so popular.
No, it surprises me.
Does it?
Well,
Why?
it does, because if you think about it, a lot of the professionals that influence the future of our landscape, they work for firms ultimately.
Yes. So these people feel that there should be more input from civil society and scientists.
Yes.
And yeah.
Okay, it's great. It's clear, well, at the moment that citizens have the upper hand in your view. They should have the upper hand. And I think this is a topic that we will revisit throughout the symposium. If we look at the next question, now we can see if you were correct, Marieke.
Mm-hmm.
If the audience is predominantly academic. We also have a mysterious other.
I like that. Oh, there's more now in that group.
Yes.
There are a couple mysterious others. I think that's nice. Well, was I right?
Yes, you were very correct.
There's a couple now that say 0. Maybe you can read them out for us. That would be nice.
Yes, so policymakers at this moment is at 0.
Yeah.
So we don't have anyone representing government yet. This may, of course, change as the day progresses.
Yeah.
And we have both an investor and also someone from industry.
Yes. Someone who identifies as belonging to the media, which is also nice.
And also someone from the general public.
Which is my mum, hopefully. That would be so nice.
Great. So thanks very much for your input, and we will keep doing this throughout the symposium to get your live feedback. And as Marieke already mentioned, please also post your questions so that we can then pose them to the speakers. A final question, and this is very democratic: which themes do you wish to be covered today in our symposium?
And then, of course, we have to see what we can do, right? Because we've prepared a little bit for you already. It's not that we just came in empty-handed, just going, well, just tell us what you think, and then we're going to do it. But, you know, if there's something that we can still touch upon, that would be really nice.
And you can record multiple answers. So if there are many different things you're looking for in the symposium today, please share all your ideas.
So I have some feedback here on the Slack channel that someone says, I miss the arts as an actor in changing the future of our landscapes. I think it's a very interesting comment to make. Maybe some of our speakers can touch upon that subject at some point.
Yes, I think so.
I like that tourism is like this, like square. Maybe that's because of COVID. That is, at the moment, it's harder. Architecture, participation, yes, of course. Or when there's more, it's smaller for me. I'm getting old, people. I need glasses to read these kinds of things.
Yeah, so I can see a combination of more ecological or nature-oriented responses, like retaining plant resources or climate, biodiversity, wildness. That sounds very exciting. And then we also see more societal or economic answers. And I also see a lot of interest in participation, the role of citizens.
Inclusiveness, yes.
So it will be great to see as the day progresses how TERRANOVA and HERILAND address some of these issues. And we can come back to this nice overview of themes also in the closing debate.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
To see if there are blind spots as well in the work that the two projects are doing. And I saw that the lady or gentleman who sent the message via Slack regarding the arts is also represented here, so that's wonderful.
Or it's someone else. There's more people maybe who feel that that's an important factor. Could be. Yeah, very interesting. There's also a comment here, what about non-human factors, which definitely also, of course, pop up here. Very important also, I think, that, of course, to see where our landscape is going, that's not just determined by our sort of human self, which we sometimes see as a big factor because of our egos, really.
Yes.
But there's many non-human factors, of course, there that play an important role.
Yes. So thank you so much for all these ideas. This was a wonderful way to start our discussions together.
What do you say? Kick off with the first session.
Yes, that sounds brilliant.
I feel like it. I feel we're like ready for it now because we've got so much input and, everyone's warm, I feel.
That sounds perfect.
Let's do it. Thank you so much for your input. Thank you so much, of course, Niels. I'm going to kick off with the first session and I'll be seeing you later at 11:15.
Okay, bye, good luck.
Thank you so much. I wanted to give him a round of applause, but that just feels awkward as I'm on my own. But just so you know that it's here for you. I'm just going to move on with our first session of this Future Landscapes Symposium, the session about TERRANOVA, a European Learning or ITN project. TERRANOVA is the European Landscape Learning Initiative that trains 15 PhD candidates in landscape past and future. TERRANOVA's mission is to develop an unprecedented digital atlas of Europe, which is compiled by an interdisciplinary group of researchers that combine past human population patterns, plant and disturbances, animal development, and of course, climate change. Now, based on this atlas, TERRANOVA will provide strategic guidelines and policy measures for politicians and landscape practitioners. They will prove the strength of interdisciplinary academic research in the Anthropocene and also raise awareness of sustainable landscape reform among academia, among businesses and enterprises, and also among the general public. All of this to, in the end, be able to give input on how to cope with this current change or transition to the low-carbon society. In this session, coordinator Sjoerd Kluiving will, together with early-stage researchers Elena, Pearce and Alexandre Martinez, talk about landscapes in past and present energy regime transitions. In the second part, Peter Verburg will, together with two PhD students, Leen Felix and Fayet, present the future of Europe according to TERRANOVA. But first, a film premiere of a short teaser about the TERRANOVA project, produced by TERRANOVA partner organization Film University Babelsberg in collaboration with Libra Film, both from Germany. Enjoy.
Our landscapes in Europe
have witnessed many changes and transformations through time.
with energy regime transitions triggered through the agricultural revolution,
the Industrial Revolution,
and now through a green transition in the light of the Anthropocene.
What can we learn from the past?
And which challenges will we face when designing the sustainable landscapes of the future?
At TERRANOVA, we want to understand the deep history of European landscapes and past changes in human-environment interactions.
This knowledge is urgently required
to address the climate and the biodiversity crisis.
We are a new generation of researchers.
At TERRANOVA, we are trained to be capable of co-producing responses to the interdisciplinary challenges of land management,
balancing and preserving ecosystem services, cultural heritage and economic qualities,
and taking into consideration the ongoing climate, environmental and social change.
The results of our work will fuse into an unprecedented digital atlas of Europe to inspire landscape managers who are planning future landscapes.
Further, our research results will inform sound policy making
and provide the basis to design future landscapes by new forms of land management,
including rewilding areas.
This is how we will help to fill the urgent need
to promote the sustainable use and conservation of landscapes,
to make the shift into a low-carbon society.
Make the future great again. I really like it. Let's start with part one, Landscapes of the Future, Understanding Past and Present Energy Regime Transitions. Sjoerd Kluiving is project coordinator of TERRANOVA and associate professor in geoarchaeology and Anthropocene studies at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. He's co-founder of the Environmental Humanities Center of the International Association of Landscape Archaeology and of the Dutch Transitiemotor. In his talk, Sjoerd will incorporate two pictures of young researchers as well. Sjoerd Kluiving.
Thank you, Marieke. Very welcome, everybody else. I'm happy to talk to you about TERRANOVA. TERRANOVA indeed is the new learning initiative between humanities and science. It's a great project to be a coordinator of, and I'm going to introduce you today to the project, also with my co-researcher, Peter Verburg, and our ESRs, as Marieke has said already. So we're doing mapping, and we also think about rethinking, and we also look at designing. All these three different elements are being touched upon in these two parts. One of the things I'm going to stress here is that, of course, we have many different disciplines working together, and it's also the motto of the trailer you just viewed about TERRANOVA, that is many voices, many disciplines with one mission, understanding landscapes together and making a better future landscape for Europe. So the aim of TERRANOVA is to train young researchers, to train young PhD students to work with the policy making and also in the wider society, to at least to understand the deep appreciation of many different opinions, sectors affecting the landscapes. And in this project, we aim to train, to form a new generation of these researchers capable of getting responses, indeed, from this interdisciplinary challenge of land management. The same responses you already indicated in your ideas for themes on this conference. So many differences there are, so many challenges there are for the future of European landscapes. And in TERRANOVA, we want to have ecosystem services and cultural heritage and economic qualities balanced and preserved, taking into consideration ongoing climate, environmental and social change. TERRANOVA has a nice big consortium consisting of 8 beneficiaries and 16 partners, universities, NGOs and companies. We're spread out over Europe, and we're training our 15 PhD students in these different research facilities, and we're also training them to become new landscape managers of Europe. Landscapes give us essential services. We take water for granted, we take food from landscape, we take energy from landscape, we take clean air even above the landscape, in the landscape. Also, they have immeasurable value as cultural values. We get a lot of science also from this landscape. We teach each other in this landscape. We teach children, we teach adults in landscapes. It's also the place we like to go to when we go outdoors, when we have relaxation, especially also in the pandemic period. People like to go outdoors, like to enjoy nature, enjoy the surroundings. And of course, it's also a matter of spiritual resources where people get inspiration. Think about painters, think about artists, think about all kinds of disciplines who like to work with landscapes. But of course, there's some questions we can ask if landscapes are not important. Despite their importance for humanity, many landscapes and also ecosystems are presently threatened by a combination of impact, like, for example, deforestation, but also land degradation, urbanization, and things we call like human-induced global change. In TERRANOVA, we adopt the concept of energy regime through time, and we look at the devised solar energy regime, which was before the agricultural revolution. Then after we adopted agriculture, we came into the guided solar energy regime. And from the Industrial Revolution on, 300 years ago, we came to the subterranean fuel energy regime. And now we're up to what we call the low-carbon society. So what disciplines are needed to study this history, this embodied interdisciplinary history? We combine climate and landscape modeling, and we'd like to gain new insights into the importance of climate versus humans in the development of European landscape. And we look at it in a deep history perspective, as I will show later on. We have a strong interdisciplinary spectrum with multiple data types in the research program, which varies from archaeology to geography, ecology, earth sciences, climatology, rewilding, and landscape management. Okay, so coming up to introducing our first pitch by Elena Pearce, what historic baseline to use when creating a reference for current day landscape management. Shifting baseline syndrome describes a gradual change in the accepted norm for the condition of the natural environment due to a lack of human experience, memory, and a knowledge of its past condition. So is the start of the Holocene, with changes in the land, is this a suitable reference for natural baseline of the past? And what other natural baselines are available for TERRANOVA to overcome this shifting baseline syndrome? What are we referring to as what is nature? So Elena Pearce, she has a master's degree in ecology, evolution, and conservation. She's based in Aarhus University, and her research project is Natural Baselines in European Interglacial Landscapes. And I also refer to her as the project as the dawn of the Anthropocene. Elena.
Okay, so I've been asked to talk about natural baselines. First of all, why natural baselines? We are interested in them at TERRANOVA and at Aarhus University, not because we want to try and recreate the past, but because natural baselines are really important for informing future management decisions. So if we have an area that we want to rewild or we want to conserve, what decisions are we going to make will be affected by the historical context of that location. So do we want to recreate a closed canopy forest, for example, like this top picture, or do we want a landscape that's a bit more open, like the bottom picture? And those decisions can only be made in the context of natural baselines. So they're useful as a guiding post. When selecting our natural baseline for TERRANOVA, we were interested in several things. This is a reconstruction of North America during the late Pleistocene, and you can see 3 Neanderthal figures, hominids, hunting prey or scavenging from other predators. And we wanted to choose a time when hominins were present, but they didn't have this large-scale impact beyond that of other species. So we wanted them to be roughly equivalent to other keystone species. So still reconstructing niches by burning, hunting, gathering, perhaps even cultivating edible species, but not this huge impact that we see of later hominins like Homo sapiens with the arrival of agriculture and so on. So that was important in our natural baseline selection. Secondly, we thought about megafauna and the role that they play in natural disturbances and shaping vegetation. So these megafauna all existed during the end of the Pleistocene in South America. And this is important because these species would have played a vital role in niche construction by shifting vegetation, by creating a very sort of dynamic, shifting range of habitats. So we were interested in finding a time prior to the extinction of these megafauna, which on the continent of Europe happened with the arrival of Homo sapiens in the last glacial period. So in finding a time prior to the last glacial period with low human presence, but also with the presence of those extinct megafauna, we chose the Eemian interglacial, which is shown here. And it's the most recent in proximity to our current interglacial period out of a series of millions and millions and millions of years of interglacial and glacial cycles. So you can see our current interglacial period here. So that's why we chose the Eemian. And we're looking at fossil pollen data, mammal fossils, as well as charcoal to try and look at disturbance regimes caused by fire, caused by these megafauna, and what effect that had on the vegetation and the landscapes that existed. So we're doing this to try and reconstruct an image of the Eemian interglacial to use as a natural baseline. We're interested in how these different megafauna species and fire regimes will drive vegetation, creating what we expect to be a diverse landscape of lots of different habitats and vegetation types, as you can see here.
All right, thanks, Elena, for this nice pitch about your Eemian natural baseline. And I have one question to ask you, Elena, if you're there. Hopefully you can connect to Elena. Hi, Elena, good to hear you.
Hi.
Hi, the question I had to you was actually, how can we connect this Eemian natural baseline to our future landscape scenario?
So, good question. I think the Eemian is really useful because it provides us with some context. You mentioned at the start before I was speaking about this sort of shifting baseline syndrome concept, where each generation sort of accepts a more degraded state of nature than the previous. And so I think going back to something like the Eemian is really useful as a guiding post, so that we can kind of have this context of what things look like before the large impact of Homo sapiens, so that we can make rewilding and conservation, best to kind of increase biodiversity.
Great. So you really put this real deep history impact in your project, which actually we talked about it future as the dawn of the Anthropocene. Do you still believe in that subterm, the dawn of the Anthropocene?
I think what I'm studying is a little bit before the dawn of the Anthropocene, but it's kind of just on the brink, isn't it? So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great. Great, thank you, Elena. We'll hear you back, see you in the discussion later on. Okay, thanks. Okay, that was Elena. So we shift now from Elena, from the shifting baselines, to the concept of energy regimes through time. So we talked about the Eemian, which is about 100,000 years ago. But I'd like to take you into the deep history and take a little bit of time to consider a thought which came across to me by Lewis and Maslin, who published also about the Anthropocene, concept of the Anthropocene, and they published last year. And this is another picture, but they said that the first big energy regime we as a human planet, or as a planet occurred, was about 552 million years ago, also referred to as the Cambrian explosion, when animals started eating other organisms and flesh became a new source. So if we look onto this concept of energy regimes through time, we see at first the big, very old, more than 500 million years ago, we see that flesh became a new source for other organisms to eat other organisms. So we're still eating flesh, by the way. Then we have a much more longer time ago, we have when the early humans are coming up, that fire became possible when plants colonized land in a very oxygen-rich atmosphere and provided early humans with this first energy source. And then we can put up a third discipline, which is burning fossilized plant and animal life. That is what we actually have done since the Industrial Revolution, and that has altered the energy balance of the Earth. So that's referring us to the question, are we in the Anthropocene? So this is leading us into a concept of energy regimes, which of course is much another perspective in that sense. So what we're actually trying to do in TERRANOVA is linking our extended landscape histories with innovative strategies for future landscape management. And one way to get this across is to make a digital atlas. And we have already made some preliminary images for the atlas. We're developing the atlas at the moment. And we look actually at energy regimes through European landscapes. And we look at, for example, available archaeological sites dated mid-Holocene. Here on your right, on your left, I mean, you see a map of Europe with some of these mid-Holocene archaeological sites about 5,000–6,000 years ago. In the center part, you'll see, for the same period of time, a prediction how climate, how temperature maps might have been distributed at that time. So we can envision ourselves how people were living at that time at a certain climate impact. They can, so we can compare, in fact, how people were changing in that landscape with different climate or different vegetations. So we and we do this also to give impact to our landscape modelers to understand how people in the past coped with different changes. And we also see this, for example, the influence of anthropogenic burning on land cover. Again, this fire energy regime in mid-Holocene Europe, how that affected the vegetation. And this is our main goal, in fact, of this atlas image, to look at these atlas images and to look at also different energy regimes going through time and helping us to teach, in fact, how based on this knowledge of older energy regimes, how we should consider this future energy regime. What can we learn from the past? How did people in the past went over these different energy regime transitions, and what can we learn that from our current transition? So understanding past energy regime transitions is needed to support and inspire modern energy transition. By studying humans and the development of European landscape of the pre-industrial Holocene, and also to contribute to future scenario generation. Using energy regimes and their transitions is not straightforward, as Alex will show, our next pitch, by Alex Martinez will be later. But he says that there's a stack of cultural phases is not straightforward. So trying to sieve out a single transition from Upper Paleolithic to Neolithic with all these different steps is rather an evolution than a revolution. And that makes it indeed interesting. This is research also, that we not can expect, of course, all transitions to be the same and to be at a different, at the same speed as we are have a transition right now. So I'm going to introduce Alexandre right now. Alexandre is a geoarchaeologist. He is a PhD student based at the Vrije Universiteit, and he has a strong interest in transition to the low-carbon society. His research project is called Balancing Nature and Culture in Southwest European Landscape Evolution Integrated Legacies. And I know, Alexandre, that he also has a strong interest in social metabolism. He will not talk about that today. Today he will talk about, in his pitch, about his work on the first energy regime. Alex.
Good morning, everybody. I will start talking about the human history of the first energy regimes in northwest of Iberia, which is a narrow land in between the sea and the steep mountains. So the story will start at the last glacial maximum and will end with the adoption of agriculture. So it will span the Upper Paleolithic, the Epipaleolithic, the Mesolithic, and the early Neolithic. So during the Upper Paleolithic, these populations were highly mobile and they could travel across the whole Europe, and they used different subsistence strategies. The first one was specialization. They used to specifically hunt the red deer on coastal areas, on the ibex, on goats in the steep mountains. They also practiced the diversification of their resources, as for example, the use of the exploitation of the shellfish on the fishing activity. And finally, they also intensified their hunting strategies with the elaboration of different mass hunting strategies. The Epipaleolithic populations just continued the strategies of the Upper Paleolithic, but they intensified them on the first signs of overexploitation of the environment start to appear. And then later on, the Mesolithic populations were still using the same subsistence strategies again, but in a more complex and organized societies, which means also a more territorial organization of their landscape. And eventually, these indigenous people met new settlers, these Neolithic settlers that came from overseas. They came with new subsistence strategies that were agriculture and domestications. So both of these people cohabited for centuries, using both the wild resources of the indigenous people and the domesticated resources of the new settlers. But eventually, the overexploitation of the environment and the demographic increase forced the indigenous people to shift their resources toward domesticated resources only.
Okay, thank you, Alexandre. I'm going to shift your question to the discussion later on because it's really interesting, and you can think already about how your understanding of the long evolution of agricultural transition in Iberia contribute to future landscapes. So soon you will be talking also with Marieke and Elena and myself about what the answer to this is. Okay, so you wait a few more minutes and then we'll get you in a discussion. Okay, I'm going to finish up my part of the presentation, which says that we need land managers today in TERRANOVA. We just need an unprecedented depth and breadth of knowledge about the physical, social, and cultural characteristic of the landscapes. And they need to understand how their landscapes evolved as a product of both cultural and natural influences. But interestingly, that we all these different disciplines, we'd like them to be associated with these physical, social, and cultural characteristics. Okay, and we need this also to understand how these landscapes have evolved. Okay, so TERRANOVA has these 15 soon-to-be landscape managers that will guide us to future landscapes, and they are working in the reconstructing phase, reconstructing the older landscapes, the rethinking of these older landscapes, and the redesigning of the landscapes. And indeed, this is also to make let's make our future green. Okay, so I'm going to leave this slide up, and I'm going to leave the floor now to Marieke.
Thank you so much. Sjoerd, don't go, please, stay with us, right? We're going to talk about all of these interesting issues. Just stay with us. You can, yes. You've got such interesting things to say. And this is also why I love my work as a moderator so much, because I've learned lots already of this whole world and history behind us that really shapes the way that we now continue and sort of inform the choices that we make. So thank you so much for this amazing work, not just you, but of course also Alexandre and Elena. Let's together with them and also with you have a look at what the audience thinks about these subjects. So head over to Mentimeter, everyone, where we have a few questions lined up for you. If you're there already, you can see that the first question is, what other historic baselines may be useful for providing context for future land management? So the possibilities are hunter-gatherers landscape, 12,000 years ago, the start of agriculture, 7,000 years ago, pristine wilderness of Romanticism period, 200 years ago, or the mid-20th century, 70 years ago. There's already some answers popping up, with the most popular one now, the start of agriculture, 7,000 years ago. I hope I'm reading that right. So if I make a mistake, do correct me, Sjoerd. Maybe you can also see it.
No, the start of agriculture is the most popular now.
Right?
See.
Yes.
Start of agriculture is popular, and we see a lot of people also now coming onto the more modern type of transition, which is maybe the mid-20th century, which is even 70 years ago.
That feels like really recent, right? In terms of
that's referred to as the Great Acceleration, which is by scientists, and they call it indeed when people really the modern world took off, if you want to say so. But we see also that we've chosen these 4 answers also because they're still debated.
Right.
We see also that the Mentimeter also addresses that there's a division of opinions, and that there might be some more interest also in these older agriculture regimes, but there's still debate.
There's still debate, and you can see that because the answers, they're quite equal, almost divided among the periods. So this is what the audience thinks. Maybe let's also ask Elena and Alexandre how they would respond to this. I hope they're still here. I can't see them, but hopefully I can hear you.
Yeah, we're here.
Hello. Lovely to meet you online.
Good morning.
Oh, good to see you. Hello. Elena or Alexandre, when you look at these answers, what would your response be to this question?
I think what's interesting is that we've got all of these different baselines and they're all of interest and they all provide us with information. So the EMIAN is really useful for looking at a pre-human kind of impact. And then if you look at, say, the early Holocene, when you have hunter-gatherers, Homo sapiens, and then agriculture, you can kind of almost measure the impact of Homo sapien communities as they spread. And I think that in itself is really useful. So I think all good answers. You
would just choose all of them, right? We didn't put a bracket all of the above just to make people choose, but that would be your answer. Thank you so much for your input. Let's hop on to the next question. Hopefully you can see it on Mentimeter already. What can energy transitions from the past contribute to inform our current energy transition to the low carbon society? Also one of Alexandre's passions and interests. You've got the choice between electricity dependence, horsepower, or fire dependence, or you do have the choice for all of them here. So you can also sort of hide behind the fact that they're all important. Let's see. Oh, this is a more difficult question, it seems like.
Yeah.
Yes, people need to think about this for a while.
I guess you just think you get your energy plugged in the wall, that's your energy, but now you have to think about where does it come from, of course.
I just had a bit of chocolate for energy. That's also not an answer here. For me, that's a really important source of energy. Yeah. I saw some answers coming, so let's possibly head back to the response screen where I can see what everyone's saying. Ooh, there's a big sort of, so everyone's choosing, many people are choosing all of them right now. That's the most favorite answer, with one person being quite taken with electricity dependence, which of course I can imagine, looking at current society, that would be something that you feel is important to inform this change. They're half-half now. Yeah, so between electricity or all of them.
Okay.
Maybe I'm going to go to Alexandre here. Fire, that's also interesting. Oh, that's good. Now, all answers at least have been chosen once. That's very democratic. Alexandre, what would your answer to this question be? Because this is what the audience thinks, but what do you feel?
Yeah, I think that from the past, when we look at energy regimes and energy transition, we are a little bit wider than hydropower or electricity because there was just not all of this. So we used, for example, the use of solar energy regime.
Right.
So just the sun who gave birth to the vegetation, and then animals who ate the vegetation and people who ate both vegetation and animals. So we use this solar energy, but of course it is based to the development of all of the other energy that we still use today, even the fossil energy. So yeah, I think all are interesting, but from the past we need to understand that the transition between the different energy regimes is not like Sjoerd Kluiving already said, like a stack of different phases, but it's more like a unique evolution framework that we used. We developed one energy over a previous one, and we will develop the next one over our current one.
Yes.
So I think it is important to look at the past, and starting from the agricultural transition also, because it was a way to first domesticate nature instead of using only wild resources used. Domesticate resources, cattle and cereals. And if we think today, we are in the fossil fuel energy regime, but we created environmental impacts, and we need to shift our energy regime towards green energies and low carbon society. And to do so, maybe we should use rewilding strategies to try to get back a little bit on the wild resources that we can use.
Thank you so much. I'm going to stop you there, if that's okay, because I understand you can talk about this for hours, and I would love to listen to you for... No, that's okay. It's passion, it's interest, it's really good. But I want to discuss one more quick question with the audience, but thank you so much for your input. Sure. Alexandre. So I'm going to very quickly move to our last question in Mentimeter. Is looking back into the past necessary to answer global challenges efficiently? Yes, we can always learn from mistakes of the past. That, I think, is important for everyone, partly because we also need innovative strategies. So yes, but also no. Or no, not necessary, because we humans have always made the future. Let's have a quick look. There's a yes, because we need to learn from mistakes, or yes and no, because we need both, let's say, interests from the past as well as innovative strategies. But the yes, I think, is sort of winning at the moment. Yes, quite clearly, we do. It would be a good thing that they say yes, because if they all said no, we could have gone home. Really?
They could.
So I think it's quite daring. Someone did say no. Sure. I think that's good.
Because you said it, maybe.
Yeah, well, you know, you're entitled to your opinion. Yeah. I think probably all of you, if I'm going to ask you, Sjoerd, or Elena, or Alexandre, you would probably also give the yes answer. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct. Yes, our project is actually based on studying energy regimes concept and looking at other energy regimes. And,
yes.
And like Elena has attributed also, like the FAR reference we have from the Eemian back into the Holocene, and also the prospect that Alexandre has shown that we have to look at the agricultural revolution more specifically, also how things were changing or not changing at that time, and what can we learn from that. And I think it also addresses, also looking at the Mentimeter questions, to a sort of consciousness, that people are getting more conscious about that we used fire for a long time already, and that we're still using fire.
Yes.
And that also we're still eating flesh. And
which is still a weird thing to me.
It's a weird
The concept is quite strange, right? That we would eat another living being.
It's eat another thing. It's eat another organ. But it has been in our system for so long that it's more natural. It looks like natural to us.
Yeah, normal almost. Whereas we would find it really weird to eat our cat.
Yeah,
right?
And we see that we're in an age of transition at the moment, so that people also start to think about the food, for example, they're taking. So we're also talking about foodscapes, talking to landscapes. How do you want to change your landscapes? When you think about these older energy regimes, they may give you things about how to do energy in this landscape, but also maybe will it be a food landscape, or will it be maybe has different contexts, different animals in the for example.
Yes, there you go. Yeah. I want to remind everyone that you can still ask your questions to our guests also via the Mentimeter tool. I'm going to maybe end this with one question for you, Sjoerd. If you could give me possibly, let's say, a 1 or 2 sentence answer. I'm just going to challenge you. It's because of time, not because I don't want to hear more, that's all. Could you tell me how the sort of atlas that you're creating of landscape history brings us closer to sustainable landscapes?
Yes, thank you. I think the digital atlas we're developing in TERRANOVA is a great tool for landscape managers to refer to how landscape look like, and as well also for a greater public awareness to address the fact in a very interesting way, in a visual way, to see how the landscape has changed so much already, and how we are able as people also to change it otherwise.
Perfect. And I love that you're sort of portraying the atlas with your hands as well. It is, of course, something that you're making digitally, but it feels like something very tangible at the same time, which is beautiful. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm going to welcome you back at the end of this session. Also, a huge round of virtual applause and a huge thank you to Alexandre and Elena. Now, amazing comedian and singer-songwriter, there she is, Kiki Schippers. She's here today to compose and perform an original song based on this very event and this theme. It is so exciting. She joins me now to introduce herself and also give a sneak peek of how that is going. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to listen about all these things, and I was very happy somebody said something about artists.
Yes, I thought I'd bring that up straight away because that's also important for you, I think.
Yes. And I was wondering, because you can all also respond. We were talking about it's not real revolution, it's evolution. So I know how a revolution sounds, you know. So if I'm going to make a song today, if it would be a revolution song, I would know how to do it. But
like
if I
song,
should make an evolution song, how would that sound? So is it a blues? Is it rock and roll? Is it more tender or small? I just wondered what the people are thinking, watching now. So please let me know.
So put that in the Mentimeter comments, where you can also pose your question with a question mark, and then we can feed that back to Kiki to put into the song. So we will have the vibe of the song.
Yeah, that was my question. Nice. So, and also if you have some turns or subjects you would like to hear in the song, just let me know.
I've never been able to compose and create a song with someone before. I'm not going to go on Mentimeter and put lots of things in. That's amazing.
You could. If
I
you,
can.
If you
would. That would be fun.
You can also say I really want Emian.
Yes.
I really want something about
how does Emian sound?
Like that.
Amazing. That is such a good
just,
idea.
Just tell me, and I'm with you all today, all the time.
But who are you? Give us a bit of an introduction to yourself, because you are.
I don't.
Go on.
No, this is it.
Well, then
so
I'm going to say
I can
something
play,
about you.
But I will be plugged in later. So this is it. I'm just very curious about your thoughts, and at the end of the day, I will give you the song.
No, I wasn't asking for it. I was asking you to introduce yourself.
Oh.
So who are you? Because you are with us all day, but who are you really?
Well, I'm just I'm a performer. I'm an artist. So I write songs and. I tour, well, not now because the theaters are closed and we can't do any public, but sometimes at live streams I do that.
And
I'm a singer and I'm a comedian like that.
Absolutely, and you've won some amazing prizes also. For the people who are from the Netherlands, the Annie M. G. Schmidt Prize is not a small prize for a song to sort of win. So well done, congratulations on that. That is really special.
Thank you very much.
It's amazing that you're here and I cannot wait.
Well, me neither, so just let me know and
Yes.
I'll stick around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you later. Enjoy. That is so exciting. Right. We move on to part 2, the future of Europe, nonetheless, according to TERRANOVA. Peter Verburg is principal investigator, which is a title I would love to have, a principal investigator in TERRANOVA and professor of environmental spatial analysis at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam here, where he runs the environmental geography group. His work on regional and global scale land use modeling has resulted in one of the most frequently used models worldwide. He will also, in his presentation, be welcoming 2 young researchers via Zoom. I would say, take it away. Peter, welcome.
Thank you very much, Marieke, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. While Sjoerd was mainly talking about how landscapes have evolved in the past, the evolution of landscapes, I will talk about the future. What is the future of our landscapes? And how do we manage those landscapes of the future? Land always had a lot of value to people. Wars have been fought for land. But land is getting more and more value in the future because we need land for almost everything. We need the landscapes for too many things. We have to protect biodiversity. We're in the middle of a huge biodiversity crisis, and we need more land for nature. We also want to protect the landscapes of the past, the landscapes where we have relational values to, the landscapes that tell us about our identity. And we need land for recreation. We know, and COVID has taught us, that we don't have enough land to recreate. Nature areas are overcrowded, and competition between land becomes real. And we know we need a different form of agriculture. We need to transform our agricultural systems to be more inclusive, to provide healthier and better foods. But we also know that those systems take more space. We need more land for better agriculture. And we're in the middle of an energy transition. Sjoerd was already talking about the energy regimes. And we're again in one energy regime shift where we're now using biomass, we're using land for solar panels, wind farms, for our energy transition. Again, requiring more land. And of course, we want to live in green cities. We want to work in places. And again, this is threatening other landscapes. So different types of landscapes are competing for space. We want it all. We want it now, and we need it now. We have a climate crisis. We need more forest to sequester carbon. We need more land for all those different purposes. How do we manage our landscapes for all these different claims? What are the pathways to the future? What are the solutions to these increasing competition for land? I will talk about that using a book of Charles Manen, who puts 2 different perspectives of looking to that. The one from innovation and technology, the wizard way of solving the future, or the way of real transformations, systemic change in the way we interact with the land, the way we consume, the lifestyles that we are having. But first, starting with the technology pathway, the wizard. And the request for art really is taking place. If you go to a museum, we cannot go to museums now, but virtually we can go, and we look at old historic landscape paintings of Europe. We often see landscapes where there's not a lot of trees, not a lot of forests. And this is because we were having very extensive farming systems, grazing everywhere, fuel wood collection everywhere. And because technology helped us to be intensifying our farming systems and helped us to different energy sources, we were able to use less land for our food production with more people. And this has resulted, and this is one of those historic reconstructions, not for a long time, but already in 1 century, we see a lot of greening of the landscapes in time. Agricultural technology, energy technology, and the import of food through globalization has spared land that we use for our food production, which could be reassigned to forest, nature, and other uses. So that's a very positive perspective where technology has helped us to decrease the competition for land resources. And also, if we look towards land use models for the future, and you see in this colorful painting with possible developments of land use change, we see these green areas where we still expect agriculture to be abandoned and making place for rewilding or other uses. And that brings me to the, brings me to the pitch of Catherine Fayet. Catherine Fayet is one of our early career researchers, and she is studying actually exactly what happens after this agricultural abandonment. She holds 2 master degrees, one in applied and effective psychology and one in environmental resource management. And she is a PhD candidate based at IUCN in Brussels. So the floor is for Catherine.
The abandonment of agricultural lands poses many challenges for European landscape management. Drivers and environmental impacts of abandonment are well understood. But like many landscape changes, abandonment is not always an end state. This is why we explored in a literature review what are the different trajectories that we can find after abandonment. We found 3 main directions for post-abandonment trajectories. First, lands can return to agricultural uses after a temporary state of abandonment. Second, and this was the most frequent trajectory, abandoned lands can enter a revegetation process which can either be managed with afforestation and restoration interventions or spontaneous with natural succession. A third option is the urbanization of these lands. This categorization highlights that various opportunities can be developed from abandonment trajectories. We can choose to spare lands. It can be the case for lands that are not productive enough and where abandonment brings opportunities for the return of natural processes that benefit to land restoration and biodiversity recovery. We can also choose to use lands better. This can be shown with a return to agricultural uses trajectories that it is not only about consuming less, but also about consuming better. We can think, for instance, of cultural landscapes like terraces or high nature value farmlands like semi-natural grasslands, where abandonment can be a threat for biodiversity, local economy, and cultural heritage. In this case, we can choose to support a low-intensive reuse of the land, which can be done with multifunctional and sustainable forms of agriculture. But how these different trajectories develop? We identified 2 types of patterns for the drivers of abandonment. First, with passive trajectories, the most common driving force of semi-natural landscapes was the absence of management, hence allowing spontaneous revegetation. By contrast, active trajectories refer to all cases where something else happened after abandonment. In this case, institutional drivers at least were involved, like subsidies or national programs for the reuse of the lands, and they were often combined with economic incentives. So what is the way forward? Landscape managers need to be able to make informed choices on land transitions after abandonment. For that, stronger institutional and economic support is key to provide a frame for action that enable land management, for instance restoration and vegetation control, where it is appropriate and needed. Local characteristics of the area should also be considered to avoid negative impacts of the land transition and maximize opportunities to contribute to current environmental policy goals like the one defined by the EU in the Biodiversity Strategy for 2030.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for your insights on your research on these different pathways of what happens after this land is spared from agriculture towards being used for different new purposes. But there is a trade-off to this nice positive development, because this goes hand in hand with an intensification of agriculture, which leads to a lot of problems with pesticides, intensive livestock keeping for health and environment. Also, a lot of this land no longer used for agriculture is a result of being us in Europe importing many more commodities, feed for animals and other agriculture, forest products from other countries. So by importing food, we're exporting our environmental problems. So there's limits to this sparing of land and the new opportunities that are brought by abandonment of agricultural areas in Europe. So then, what's the alternative? Technology will help us, but it will not be able to deal with all the competing claims that we have. And that's where the profit comes into the game. We need to go beyond implementing technology to deal with the competition for land. We need to also change our consumption and production relations. And this is also one of the Sustainable Development Goals that gets the least attention in research, is that there's a strong connection between land use and what we consume in terms of energy and what we consume in terms of food. So I would like here to reframe the land sparing by land sparing has to not only come by increasing technology and more efficient land use, land sparing also has to become from more responsible consumption. And a very important aspect into that is our consumption of meat. We already talked about it in the previous discussion a little bit. But if we look at the large area of Europe that is currently used for agricultural production, and the even larger area that we use abroad to produce all the animal feed, we know that we cannot spare land if we do not change our consumption. And if we do that, if we are able to release our pressure on the land, we have more space to share the land in the areas where we're living and where we are producing things. So we have to navigate the trade-offs between the different uses. And trade-offs between different uses are not unavoidable. If we increase our agricultural production, it's almost unavoidable that we lose some biodiversity. But by designing our landscapes in a clever way, and we used to be very good at that also in the past, and that's where we also can learn from, we can navigate a trade-off by limiting the trade-off. There's different ways of dealing with trade-offs, and that's where more clever solutions in landscape can come in. There's also the place where science can help. How do the different uses of land conflict? And what are the different options we have for a piece of land, and what to do best at what place? And this is where I would like to introduce the next pitch, which is of our young researcher and PhD candidate, Leen Felix. Leen Felix graduated as an ecologist at the University of Leuven in Belgium. And she will explain to us how her research in the TERRANOVA project is contributing to quantifying those trade-offs on a European scale between the different possible functions that the land is having. Leen, the floor is yours.
As Peter explained, the future landscape of Europe will have to find a balance between land sparing and land sharing, creating a landscape where we have both high-yield farming, wildlife-friendly farming, and undisturbed nature. Obviously, this also means that the trajectories of intensification, extensification, and land abandonment will each play a role in this. Each of these trajectories has very different effects on biodiversity and ecosystem services. the benefits that are provided by ecosystems to society. Therefore, there are trade-offs between different landscape planning objectives. This figure shows the characteristic impact profiles of each trajectory, including 10 impacts that we deem to be relevant for European scale landscape planning. Important here is that the degree to which each of these typical trajectory costs and benefits occur varies highly throughout Europe, and because of that, so does their desirability. So if ideally we want to maximize each of these indicators, but there is only limited space, using space efficiently is key. In order to do so, we need to prioritize each trajectory in areas where its benefits are maximal and its costs are minimal. So this brings us to the research question. What are the most and least desirable areas for the intensification, extensification, and abandonment of agricultural land? And I will now go through the steps that we took in our current research to help answer this question. We started with modeling on a 1 square kilometer resolution the spatial variation of each trajectory's potential impact on the 10 ecosystem service and biodiversity indicators that I showed earlier, resulting into 26 potential impact maps, of which only the extensification impacts are shown here on the slide. You can see how the potential impacts of extensification show very different spatial patterns across Europe. We then calculated the number of costs and benefits that exceeded the impact thresholds of moderate, high, and very high. You can see how in some regions the impacts are very low, with few exceeding even the moderate threshold. As the threshold increases, less regions have high numbers that exceed them. So generally, you can see how within all countries, there are areas with both low and high benefits and costs. Some regions, like southern Italy, show generally low sensitivity, whereas others, like parts of northern Italy, for example, show very high sensitivity to each trajectory. So next, we combined each trajectory's costs and benefits into a single cost versus benefit map, where you can see where the benefits are high in comparison to the costs and the other way around. So here, we clearly see that there is great variation in cost-benefits combinations, and particularly so for abandonment. Lots of regions have both high costs and high benefits, and not so many have low costs and low benefits. So I'd like to conclude with saying that this large variation in each trajectory's ecosystem service impact, their total costs and benefits, and their cost versus benefit maps, suggests that there are great differences in their desirability, even at a sub-regional scale. This variation tells us that agricultural and conservation policies that support or prevent each trajectory are much needed. However, when they are applied without spatial targeting, they will just counteract each other, and this might lead to ineffectivity. So to end on a more positive note, this also means that we can get more out of less land, if only we unlock the potential of spatial prioritization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leen. You have exactly done what I was hoping for in showing how science and scientific modeling can support decision-making for the future. You've shown that it's not a choice between two landscape options, it's a choice about what to do where. There's a huge spatial variation across Europe. The landscapes are very different. And depending on what we do where, we have trade-offs. But they are not always as severe. By one change in a landscape, we can have a large benefit at one place, which may not work at another place. And that's exactly the role that we envision for our future landscape managers, that they bring into scientific nuance, scientific insights into the debate. They help to describe, explain, and explore the future of the landscapes of Europe, helping to design, but also, and maybe more importantly, initiate a societal debate about what future do we want? What is our vision of future landscapes? Are these multifunctional landscapes, or are these optimized landscapes? Are these the landscapes that are embedded in our past? Or do we really make a transition to a novel future for using very different lifestyles and very different ways of interacting with nature? And that's where the science and society come together in the larger picture of future landscape management. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Peter, and also, of course, thank you so much to Leen and to Catherine for your insights and all these questions you were just posing right now. I just wanted to get into them and get you to answer them for me, but of course I understand that you feel that your role as a scientist also is to sort of spruce the debate about it and make sure that society gets, you know, enough information to be able to, you know, talk about these things and debate what will be the optimal sort of land use for us. Thank you so much. That is really, really insightful. Now let's see what the audience thinks about these subjects. So what do you feel? Head over to Mentimeter right now, where we've got a few questions for you in store again. The first one I think is really interesting. Are you a land sparer or are you a land sharer? It'll be good to see how people feel that they are on a scale. You can move the bar and see if you're 100% on this side. Most people feel they're in the middle right now, you see? Actually, almost everyone.
That's surprising.
Is it? Tell me.
Yes, often I'm wondering if people feel they're in the middle or if the average is in the middle.
That is a good question.
Often people have very different visions about the future of the land.
There you go.
And maybe people took my message that it depends on location.
Well, it does, right? So,
it does.
Yes.
It can be a land sparer and a land sharer at the same time.
At the same time,
and maybe that's a nice result, seeing that back.
Yeah. Let's see what maybe Leen and Catherine think about this. I haven't interacted with you. Hello. Good to meet you.
Hi.
Hey. Hello. What do you make of this result?
Yeah, I think I agree with Peter that maybe means that we've done a good job.
Yes, well, congratulations. Yeah.
Yeah, the debate is normally very polarized, and I think this might, like, I also put myself somewhere at the middle towards land sparing, but I think it's good to see a nuance too. So I'm happy about it.
Good stuff. Yeah, interesting. I do wonder though whether there's quite some people who are polarized and very much, you know, on both sides, and we sort of see the average. That will be interesting to know, but that indeed, when we put them all together, that is where they end up. So that is really interesting. Let's move on to the next question. How do we persuade politicians to act in favor of sustainable landscape management, which of course is very important. Again, elections coming up in the Netherlands in a few weeks, but also of course all over the world, how policymakers and governments decide upon what the use is the land is being used for makes a big difference, of course, in how we can make sustainable change in the world. So is more emphasis needed on the economic, the cultural, or the environmental costs and benefits of sustainable landscape management? Peter, can you read this?
No, I cannot.
No. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, because I just feel like a blind bat, because the sentences are sometimes really small for us to read. But if they are in good order, that will mean that most people now vote for the economic costs and benefits of sustainable landscape management. I'm going to quickly walk over there and see if I'm right. Yes, economic, cultural, environmental. There we go. Good, yes. So we have most votes now for economic, then one less, actually, for cultural, and then there's the same amount for environmental. Let's see if there's a few more popping in. Otherwise, I'm going to... Oh, and now all of a sudden it's switched to environmental cost benefits, because I was surprised that that was the lowest one, to be honest. So I'm quite happy.
It's concerning.
It is slightly concerning. Yeah, you're right. But this, yeah, so this looks different now. So now we have economic, slightly less for cultural, and the same amount for environmental. Let's head back maybe to Leen and Catherine to see how they feel about this result and if they would agree with this.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in. So I think that all of them are very important, but I can see that it reflects also preoccupations of people, that we also have the economic aspects that are very important to be able to do actions on the land, and it also something that matters a lot. But environmental aspects are also really key, and they're also related to economic aspects and cultural aspects as well. So we need all of them, I think, and highlights that there is a balance that sometimes need to be prioritized in some areas, and sometimes we need to prioritize something else. So I think it reflects the reality of decision making, I guess.
There you go. So we could have also maybe put in all of the above, right? But we sort of made people choose here. So we need, of course, all of these factors into making a change. I want to sort of refer back very quickly to the slide we had just earlier where you could choose your position as a land sharer or a land sparer. I've indeed have confirmation now that the average was the middle that we saw. So that is good to know. I'm going to go to the last audience question. Do historical reconstructions matter in giving inspiration to future landscape managers? Yes, they need to learn from the past. No, not really. The world is changing so fast nowadays that little information can be used from the past, or historical constructions can help avoiding repeating mistakes. Let's have a quick look. I think both the first and the third option are essentially yes answers. So that's what people are going for. The no, not really, is not very popular, which I could imagine among this group. It would be concerning to me as well if people felt that there was nothing to be learned from the past.
Although, to give an argument for that,
go on,
is that our relations of how we deal with the land, which we always have been seen as a resource we can take from, we have to drastically change.
Yes.
So in that sense, I would provide also an argument of stepping away from the past and changing our relations. But of course, the other two answers are also correct. We also need to learn. But I still believe, and I see I have a follower.
You do. You've got a fan.
We also need to really transform the ways we use the land and we see and value the land.
We absolutely need a transition, right? We can't just continue the way that we have for us to be able to have a sustainable future in that sense. So that's really important. Still, the majority, well, the massive majority, also agree with you in the answer, yes, we have to learn from the past, which is essentially also a little bit, that view on knowing what doesn't work and what we need to change. So thank you so much for that. I've got a question from the audience for you. Would it be possible to have fully overlapping land uses where protection, production and recreation are combined and meat need is fulfilled by grazing animals, for instance, rewilding, agroforestry or safari?
It's a very good question. And to a certain extent, yes, we need a full overlap, especially in our densely populated areas where we want to have local food, we want to recreate, and to have the local agricultural system function, we need biodiversity in it to avoid pests, to have pollinators, and so on. But we cannot have all biodiversity in those shared landscapes. Certain species, certain ecosystems can only function when they are left alone or largely undisturbed. That's where we need to set aside land for those functions. But on the remaining area, we have to see what are the needs of society and what are the needs for a long-lasting, functioning landscape, also for future generations. And that's where we have overlapping functions. They will never fully overlap. There will be trade-offs, but we should ensure that they are functioning, and a certain level of overlap is needed.
Yes, that's very interesting. I'm going to go to Leen and Catherine to see if they have anything to add to that. There you are. Go ahead. The answer might be no. This was the perfect answer and there's nothing to add to that. That's possible.
I think Peter made a really nice answer and highlighted there are many elements that we need to balance, and we can have biodiversity and recreational uses in some cases, but not everywhere. We can try to improve biodiversity in cities as well, and also maybe in more remote areas we can have different biodiversity as well. So I think it really depends on the local context and mitigating trade-offs to manage at the best option possible.
Thank you so much to the both of you, and best of luck with your fascinating and very important work. And thank you so much for joining us today as well. Peter, maybe as a last question, and I'm going to also maybe challenge you to sort of give me an answer, maybe 1 or 2 sentences. Maybe a definition almost, as sort of roundup of this session. What is future landscape management, including rewilding, if you like, according to TERRANOVA? What does that look like?
That's a very difficult question to answer in 1 sentence.
Well, maybe I'll give you 2.
Left.
I'll give you 2.
But it's
yes.
It's the challenge of having a vision of the future and analyzing the trade-offs between competing uses and navigating those to find good landscapes that ensure well-being of humanity for the future.
There you go. If you want to have an answer like that to your question, of course, don't hesitate to put your questions for all our speakers in Mentimeter. Thank you so much, Peter. I'm going to welcome back Sjoerd. Thank you so much for joining us again. Now, having listened to all this input from our speakers, from the audience, the questions, the input, what strikes you most in this session? What is like, hey, hello, that's interesting?
Well, it strikes me what Peter also quoted already, that science gives you an answer. And as in TERRANOVA, we combine science and humanities. And we also need to give this message over, I think, to a lot of other disciplines as well. So the collaboration of sciences we employ in TERRANOVA is especially meant also to bring over this message, what Peter now is advocating, to bring to policymakers. So in TERRANOVA we have a plan to reach out to policy makers on a regional to local level, to a national to a European level. And so we're actually building also on this comprehension. So I totally agree. It's a complex landscape, and it's a very difficult message, but we need to maybe, if it's difficult, complex, you need to bring it step by step. So start small and make it bigger.
That's a nice route, I think, for people to be able to go along with you. Yes.
Hopefully, yeah.
How about yourself, Peter? What was something that really struck you today and you were like, hello, that is interesting?
You know what I found interesting was, I think, the story of Elena also about baselines. Going back, looking at what was the past and how did we get used to all those changes and how these baselines have been shifting. And I think that's one of the largest dangers also for the future, that we get used to landscapes that are no longer functioning. And I think it's not only about the exact baseline, but it's also about our learning from that process on how the reality is changing and our perception is changing.
Yeah, so we look at that very differently now than we did maybe 100 years ago, even. Yes.
Yeah, it's very interesting, that shifting baseline syndrome, what Elena sort of touched upon, and when she gave her pitch, indeed also means that, for example, to the Romantic period, which is about 200 years ago, the Romanticism, 200-300 years ago, people at that time considered nature as something wild and something dangerous, and there was another perception also to nature. So that also gives you that today we have maybe a different opinion to nature. And it's so important to get this longer perspective on it, and to let people used, in fact, to the fact that we already have had enormous amounts of different changes in landscape perceptions, and that we might as well change again.
Why not? Well, we have to. We have to. So if through some sort of magic our viewers wake up tomorrow and can have only remembered one thing from this session, what would you like them to take away from this? And
First thing springs to my mind is very strange, but eat less meat.
It's not strange. I think it's vital.
I think it's vital.
It's vital.
Peter said we need these foodscapes. They need to be changed drastically.
Yeah, drastically. Yes. Thank you.
It's our consumption that determines the future.
Yeah.
But it's also about having a vision, and that's also the role as a scientist. In the supermarket, when you buy food, when you choose to commute or not, or travel, energy use.
People underestimate their power so immensely. They underestimate their own power in this change so much.
Exactly. Yeah. But there's also power with companies in value chains, in policy. And that's where also the power of the citizens in elections.
There you go, because we need laws as well, don't we? Why is this still legal to exploit and to really sort of not just exploit people, but also animals and landscapes elsewhere for our meat and our consumption here? I think that's, for me, that's still something that's very strange.
It's what we call the old economy. And
yes, there we go.
From an old economy to a new economy which has a more balanced vision, also how to make future landscapes. And that also means exactly what you're saying, that we don't need to export meat to the rest of the world and have our landscape suffering from it.
There you go. Thank you so much, Sjoerd, Peter, and I'm going to, of course, go and meet you again later at the end of this day. And of course, also thank you to all speakers of this session, as well as all of you for your input and participation. We'll be back in 30 minutes with the second session about HERILAND, the European training project that focuses on landscape design through the lens of cultural heritage. After that, we welcome keynote speaker Michael Turner at 1:30, and representatives of both projects will bring all insights together in our final debate about the future of the European landscape. Last but not least, Kiki Schippers, of course, reveals her original song about this event and this theme. So much to look forward to. I wouldn't miss it if I were you. See you at 11:15.
Welcome back. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this session about HERILAND. I'm Niels van Manen. I'm the training coordinator for HERILAND, and I will be hosting this session. HERILAND looks at landscapes as heritage, as significant cultural values, and deciding to preserve or to transform these landscapes is to decide to transform or to maintain these cultural values. Think of old harbors, a slaughterhouse, or a gas factory that lose their original function. The people who used to work there, their children, their grandchildren, often they still live nearby, they value this landscape. But so do new businesses, artists and creative industry excited by these extraordinary landscapes. So do new residents looking for leisure or shopping possibilities. And so do international visitors hoping to experience an authentic local site, but with the comforts of modern tourism. All these different groups value this landscape, but for different reasons. And decisions about how to preserve or transform the landscape also affects how attractive or useful these landscapes are to these different people. And the same goes for forests, farmlands, coastlines, and even high-rise residential estates. Different groups value these landscapes. And these landscapes are subject to pressures for change, climate change, migration, economic cycles, digital innovation. And therefore, these landscapes become the object of planning processes. This interaction between landscapes as cultural values and various societal demands and stakeholders in the context of planning processes is at the heart of HERILAND. Like TERRANOVA, HERILAND is a Marie Curie training and research network with 15 PhDs and their supervisors who work in academia, in industry, and in government. This session will highlight what HERILAND aims to bring in terms of new knowledge and innovative practice in the planning of future landscapes. First, the project leader, Gert-Jan and one of the early stage researchers, Tonk, will tell us more about the vision and the general setup of HERILAND. Next, we will zoom in on one societal challenge, climate change. And we will discuss what happens when green energy sources, wind turbines, solar panels, are planned in historic landscapes. How do stakeholders deal with the possibilities, but also with the tensions that arise? And finally, we look at global networks as a result of digital social media and the increasing connectedness of people across national and continental boundaries. How do these networks impact how landscapes are valued and managed? I now pass the floor to Gert-Jan, the project leader of HERILAND. He's a professor in heritage studies at the Faculty of Humanities at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. Gert-Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Niels, for introducing me, for introducing the HERILAND project, and let me continue on this. It is really my pleasure to present the HERILAND project, and not only maybe my pleasure, but also kind of a task, a responsibility to do so, to disseminate the work that we do. Why? Because we have a vision. We have an idea about how to develop future landscape, how to create future landscape. That is what I would like to talk about. That is what we would like to talk about today. And I will kick off together with Tonk. First of all, let me show you my PowerPoint. And I will go to this slide. What is HERILAND? HERILAND is, like TERRANOVA, a training and research network financed by the Marie Curie scheme, the European Marie Curie scheme, which is on cultural heritage and the planning of European landscape. We've got about 25 public and private partners. It increases, and it is coordinated by 6 universities, which we see here: the University of Amsterdam, Bezalel Academy of Fine Arts in Jerusalem, University of Gothenburg, Rome III University, TU Delft, and Newcastle University. So this is the starting point. So I told you about the vision. We've got a mission as well. What is our mission? That is this, actually, to train a new generation to approach heritage as a key resource to create sustainable and inclusive landscapes. Now, what do I mean with this? It means that we do not focus only, for instance, on such traditional iconic landscapes, iconic heritage sites like this one. I don't have to mention to tell you what this is, actually. This is one of these traditional iconic landscapes that are cherished not only by Italian society, but by world society. It's among the UNESCO World Heritage List. We don't focus only on such iconic sites. Rather, we focus instead on all that has potential heritage value in the future. That changes the picture, of course. And we think that is the entire living environment, as a matter of fact. Well, here just some of the images. It includes rural and marginal landscapes, industrial and urban landscapes, energy landscapes, which are often seen in contrast, of course, with traditional historic landscapes, and of course also the iconic heritage landscapes. It is society that decides in the end what the heritage landscapes of the future look like. What we wish to do with HERILAND is to train people to recognize this and to use this to create a sustainable, inclusive and also democratic future. Well, now, at the heart of the project, here they are, the 15 PhDs, the 15 PhD students across Europe. We see them here together with the senior researchers, their teachers. And together they are to disseminate the HERILAND approach. Now, again, what is that HERILAND approach? Here again, the main characteristic of the HERILAND approach is that we do not isolate heritage as a mere relic of the past to protect against external outside interventions. On the contrary, as a matter of fact, rather our training and research is aimed at planning, as Niels already pointed out, at planning future heritage landscape in relation to such interventions, to such outside interventions, in relation to some of the most pressing societal challenges of today. And here we see them. Shifting demographies, for instance, multiculturalism related to it. Changing environments, evident in this symposium on future landscapes. Digital transformations and also democratization. So these are the major societal challenges that we wish to relate to the heritage discussion. Another characteristic of HERILAND is that we recognize that all too often academic research remains academic and rather theoretical. Yes, we cherish theory, which is important. Critical theory, without it, it's not useless, but in our case, it is a loss. However, characteristic of our project is also to bring theory into practice. And we do so in various ways, through internships, for instance, internships with our associate partners, business, government, for instance, but also through living labs, so-called living labs. Each PhD has her or his living lab in which questionnaires are being sent out, interviews are being done, all kinds of anthropological research is being done, analyses are being done. So that is bringing theory and practice. And we actually have 2 of these living labs functioning to bring everybody together. And that is, of course, a great learning school, bringing everybody together with all the various disciplines working on specific assignments. Here, for instance, Rome will be one of our living labs for next year, where we will work on the Ostiense area, which has quite some abandoned industry, like here, and this, what you see in this picture. The assignment is to really develop this area. And we are going to bring forward, to come up with policy documents to present them to the municipality, how to redevelop this area. So that is a fantastic challenge, of course. Another major characteristic of HERILAND is its international or even its transnational character. As a matter of fact, you can safely say transnational, as a matter of fact. We have people from all over the globe, but also mixed, very strongly mixed, and that goes for teachers as well as students, as PhD students. As a matter of fact, the HERILAND approach has global appeal, and it is enhanced even by UNESCO and also by the EU. Now, I think we have managed to bring together within HERILAND the best of all these worlds, UNESCO, EU, and also from national and even regional context. In our work, indeed, and that work, we have brought them all together. And not only students, not only PhD students and teachers, but also stakeholders from the world of government, stakeholders from the world of business, a very wide diversity. The key of all this is, of course, that they come from different fields, different sectors in society, different disciplines within academics. In our project, indeed, archaeologists and historians work together with economists, for instance, with spatial planners, with architects, and also social scientists. And that brings me, in the end of my talk, to this picture here, this diagram, which shows in a nutshell, let me explain it to you in a nutshell, what HERILAND is about. Below, we start below with the activities, what we put into the project. That is research, training, and valorization. And all of these are focused around the 4 major societal challenges that you see depicted here. That is democratization, climate change, the energy transition, shifting demographies, and again, multiculturalism and migration are part of that challenge. And digital transformation. Those are the major challenges that we work on. Then we go to the top. What would we like to be the outcome of the project? What would be our impact? That is, first of all, a new generation of professionals, academics, entrepreneurs, etc. But a new generation that we train indeed with the HERILAND approach. Scientific publications, it's evident almost. Training programs, maybe less evident. Training programs on the postdoctoral scale, but also on the, say, graduate scale, actually. And I think this is very important, of course. Training education is the future. Then, of course, also decision support tools and policy recommendations. So this is the impact that we wish to achieve. We do so, going to the left, by engaging a whole series of partners. As I told you already, these are the categories, the main categories: universities, SMEs, governments, various levels, and NGOs. And going to the right, involved are a whole series of disciplines, and these are just, well, the major ones: archaeology, data science, geography, heritage studies, history, planning and design, and urbanism. And I realize now that architecture is still missing for the architects amongst us. So this is indeed what HERILAND stands for. And this is what maybe we are going to explain even further in the next talks. And actually, I would like to present, is it my task to present Anna Tonk? I do think so, yes. Anna Tonk is one of the PhD researchers that we are proud of in working in the context of HERILAND. She is based at Newcastle, and her research topic is on post-industrial landscapes. She will give a more detailed introduction in her own speech. I would like to pass the floor to Anna.
Hi, I'm Anna Tonk, and I am part of Project HERILAND, and I am here to tell you about my experience so far as a PhD student at Newcastle University. I now live in Newcastle, but before that I studied critical heritage studies in the Netherlands and then South Korea. And through this I got to experience different cultural settings and the local ways of managing heritage on a larger scale, especially while doing fieldwork in a local neighborhood in Seoul. And also by visiting crafts villages in Korea and Japan, I became more and more interested in cultural landscapes and the global discourse of sustainability. So after graduation, I moved to a fire-stricken mountain village in Portugal to volunteer at a permaculture farm. Here I learned that heritage and nature conservation areas are not always the answer to protecting our environment, and so I wanted to learn how I could do something myself with cultural landscapes and be able to evaluate heritage theory and practice in such environments. So here I am now at Newcastle University researching landscape and heritage practices within the post-industrial landscape context. But I not only focus on the UK. This year I hope to include southwest Sweden as well into my search for practices that enable future sustainable landscape. So this is going to be a second case study. As a project team, we met for the first time in the Netherlands. We were taught research ethics, among other things, but especially appealing for me was the hands-on experience with talking to different stakeholders during an urban planning project simulation we had. Sadly, this was the last time we met in person as a group, because since the outbreak of the coronavirus, we have been quite cooped up and research methods have changed drastically for me. It was hard, and it still is, but we learned to adapt and continued connecting through like work package meetings, public seminars, and other HERILAND events that continued online. So actually the first online masterclass for all 15 HERILAND PhDs was hosted by Gothenburg University in May 2020, and it gave us a lot of theoretically interesting views on future landscapes and future heritage, industrial heritage. So since then, the future of heritage and sustainability became more of a focus theme in my own project. So last year we learned a lot from each other in terms of creating online workshops and masterclasses. So then it was our turn in the Newcastle University team, and I was just blown away at what an amazingly creative and helpful team we have here. And these workshops were on the spatial turn and focused heavily on the theory and practice of historic landscape management and identification, and spatial research methods such as walking and talking and mapping. And this is also when I had the opportunity to moderate the key lecture that was on landscape identity. So part of it, we had a crash course in landscape characterization and geographic information system software, and that was really empowering for me actually to see how my spatial but qualitative perspective on landscape could be translated to an actual map with data. I think I learned a lot in terms of practical research skills, but it also further inspired me to include the holistic ideas about sustainable landscapes that have been woven throughout all the workshops so far. I now try to include a perspective on how environmental, cultural, economic, and social sustainability interact on the scale of a cultural landscape, and how sustainability goals are present and interpreted in heritage practices on the ground and how they affect the changes in the landscape, mainly within the post-industrial context. So I look at ecological risks, social cultural changes, socio-economic issues, and focus on economic regeneration, how this all kind of interacts. It was a challenge at first as a PhD student, using mainly methods from the field of anthropology and critical heritage studies. There are lots of lockdowns here in the UK, but luckily everyone has slowly adjusted over time. And now I have involved myself with local heritage organizations online to do interviews and talks about their sustainability strategies and heritage practice. So when the UK government allows it again, I get to go out in the field and experience the landscape that I've already been told about. And hopefully I soon get to continue the second part of my fieldwork in Sweden and see some of my colleagues in real life again. So yeah, I think me and the people of the project are learning what it means to go through a lot of uncertainty. But through this project, we are actually learning how to analyze this change and understand it, and how we can create sustainable landscapes so the issues we face now do not have to have such a big impact in the future. Yeah, so thank you for listening, and I hope everyone enjoys the symposium.
Thanks, Anna. And thanks, Gert-Jan, for introducing the vision, mission, and also the setup of HERILAND. Anna, I was really impressed by your short documentary talking about art. I think it's very creative and also very powerful. I love that you shared your journey to HERILAND with us. And that brings me to my first question for Gert-Jan. What was your journey to HERILAND? So what experiences actually led you to come up with this idea for HERILAND?
Yeah, thank you, Niels. Good question. All of us, I mean, HERILAND is of course a collective endeavor, and all of us have brought their experiences, one diverse than the other. My own past, actually, maybe it's good to start briefly when I started as an archaeologist, as a student, working on landscapes. That was my first experience with landscapes, working mostly in Italy on classical landscapes. I did classical archaeology and focusing on the influence, the impact of Greeks, Romans, colonization, conquest, and urbanization on landscapes. Then gradually that widened, actually, that perspective. Doing a PhD, I was influenced very strongly by the French historian Fernand Braudel, world famous by now, and well, he called attention for the longue durée, the long term of landscapes, from the very distant past to the present, as a matter of fact. And I started to investigate, indeed, landscapes from the very distant past to the present. And then I realized at a certain moment that landscapes don't finish in the present, and that we are not the end of a process, observers only. No, we are part of that process. That's continuous process of landscape changing, of landscape designing. And I thought it was time to take up the responsibility and to participate in designing landscape with my historical and archaeological heritage. Because indeed, I do think that historians and archaeologists have a lot to tell. You could argue, as the Mentimeter has pointed out, what use could be made, and we can discuss that later on, but I do think that they have a lot to tell. And I've brought that in practice in Italy, for instance, in an area where we've been working on a landscape reserve together with local communities, with local municipalities, and, well, trying to engage citizens in general. And at the same time, I've been developing this idea, methods, tools, concepts with international colleagues at a, let's say, international level. And that is where HERILAND emerged, actually. On the one hand, the transnational perspective. On the other hand, I still cherish very much the local level of the living labs, as we call them, where we bring into practice actually our ideas and methods.
Thanks. Could you just explain how you involve locals in your activities? So how do they appear on the scene, and what do they contribute to the work you do in the landscape?
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's at various levels, actually. We engage them. First of all, we consider ourselves, and with we, I mean especially the local group of, let's say, collaborators with which I, well, let's say my companions in crime, and what we do, we consider ourselves part of that local community. So we, together with the other local groups, we establish, for instance, meetings in which discuss and debate about future plans. We do so also with digital tools, for instance, that we are experimenting with in university. And we actually invite people to bring into practice actually also their ideas of planning or of designing the local landscape. For instance, in local gardens, developing areas for local gardening. But above all, we bring them in contact with the municipalities. We do think that a bottom-up approach can work only if it is also at the same time sustained by, let's say, the top, let's say, by governmental institutions. Otherwise, they will have no chances of survival. So,
thanks. That's great. Anna, I spoke of your journey to HERILAND, but I'm also interested to hear why you chose HERILAND. So why did you decide to apply for a PhD position in an international network like this, and then specifically HERILAND?
Yeah, so from my perspective, I studied critical heritage studies, partially in the Netherlands and partially in South Korea. So I was already quite interested in having a more international job. But it was also a bit of spur of the moment, because I was actually living at a permaculture farm at the time I was applying, and I was living in a partially burnt down forest. And this was a landscape that was being heavily exploited while being actually on the buffer zone part of a Natura 2000 project area. So I was actually just thinking how powerless I was in such an area, and I wanted to do something more. I saw HERILAND, I saw landscape, I saw sustainability, and I applied.
Thank you, that's great, thank you. Now, I'd like to ask your opinion as well, audience, on what the training of ESRs in heritage planning should actually focus on. So we go back to menti.com, and if you enter the code, you will see this question. What should the training of heritage planning ESRs focus on? And I can't see the answers myself at the moment, so if someone can bring that up to the screen, that's wonderful. Yes, so HERILAND trains students to become experts in managing heritage landscapes. What should they focus on? And so far, it's actually facilitating debate and information exchange about the landscape, above conservation and protection, and above planning. But I see that the views are shifting a bit. Yes, so it looks like that moderation is actually the key skill that a network like HERILAND should focus on, and that conservation and planning are kind of equally important, but at a second rank. Anna, how do you feel about this? Do you agree with the poll?
Yeah, I think as a researcher, we are more and more inclined to become a moderator in kind of projects we are involved in. Personally, I think it's really, really good to being able to connect people. So this is part of the moderatorship, but it's also about creative leadership in bringing a vision to fruition. Like for after HERILAND, if we go into these jobs. But I'm also learning that like firsthand from my secondment right now, because there's someone who's taking on a giant project within the landscape of post-productivity, and he's trying to implement all sorts of sustainability goals. And he needs to bring in a lot of different expertise, a lot of different people from different sectors. So I think this connectivity and being able to produce that creative leadership is very important.
Thanks very much, Anna. Our next question is also via Menti, and the question is, what project would you prefer in your own neighborhood? Is it a community garden project, a museum project or heritage park, or a circular economy shop? And you can tell us what you prefer in your own backyard. So what changes do you welcome? I see that many people have put in their input, but I cannot unfortunately see the output. It's not visualized on the screen. Let's see if we can do something about that. Okay, I'm afraid I'll have to come back to this question and later. Yes, it's there. Oh, it's wonderful. So actually the majority, more than 50%, would welcome a community garden project. And the rest of the people are basically divided between a circular economy shop and a museum project or heritage park. Anna, how do you look at these results? Do you agree with the popular view, or?
I think maybe it's culturally divided. I don't know about who our viewers are, but I think a garden project is very tangible, and everyone can participate in that, and everyone can reap the benefits of that. So I think that's more tangible for a lot of people.
Okay. Yes, and Gert-Jan, you seem to indicate that all landscapes and all aspects of the landscape have heritage potential. So even this circular economy shop or community garden project can be considered heritage. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes, indeed. Maybe let me explain what I mean with broadening the definition of heritage.
Please.
As a matter of fact, you might argue, indeed, in the end, if everything is heritage, well, I mean, how do we do? Do we have to preserve everything? Don't we risk fossilization, total fossilization of society? As a matter of fact, that is a remark that is often heard. However, I don't think so. As a matter of fact, what we cherish most and what is, I think, important is that we do not, with this approach, we do not mean that we wish to defend heritage at all costs against change. As a matter of fact, change is vital to what we do. As a matter of fact, change, we continuously study, investigate change in the definition of heritage, and this is a perfect example. Indeed, one, well, you call circular economy heritage, but a more concrete example is, for instance, the plastic soup in the globe's oceans. As a matter of fact, there are people nowadays that would argue that this is heritage. Why? Because it's a relic of a specific way of thinking, of a modernist lifestyle, in which, of course, well, leading to environmental degradation. I'm not going into the details of it, but from that perspective, indeed, it can be perceived as heritage. And therefore, heritage definitions change continuously. It's not that we think that everything is heritage, but everything has potential heritage value. And so that is why I think that we should allow, indeed, the mixture of circular economy shop, a community garden project, and a museum project. Heritage is not only related to museums, to the past. And as a matter of fact, I do think it is perfectly possible to have a polyfunctional area. That's what we're creating, for instance, in southern Italy, a large landscape reserve with all three functions engaged in them. And we're indeed presenting it as the heritage of the future, the heritage landscape of the future.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you to both of you, Anna and Gert-Jan, for this very nice kickoff to the HERILAND session. But now that I have you here on the stage, Gert-Jan, a quick question about the rest of the HERILAND session. And you decided on 2 sub-sessions. Can you explain what the main themes are and why they highlight how HERILAND can contribute to the planning of future landscapes?
Right. So, yes, HERILAND has 15 PhD researchers, 15, more or less 15 senior researchers. That is an enormous variety of themes. We couldn't show them all, clearly. And we've chosen 2 of them. The major region is to show where possible potential conflicts are, as a matter of fact. And the first one is indeed on by Linde, Egberts and Marilena, Mela, and it is on adapting historical landscapes to the energy transition. I think everybody feels the potential conflict in this. Imagine our poster here. This is what adapting a historical landscape to the energy transition might end up with, as a matter of fact. And so that is one. We wish to bring to the fore these potential conflicts. The other one is by Pirouz, Nourian and Nambai, which is, the title will be shown shortly, but which is rather indeed challenging us that are generally focused on specific physical, regional, local landscapes and landscape change. They take a different perspective. They take a global, digital perspective and argue that indeed we should not limit ourselves only to the local perspective, but that from a local perspective, the community, the global community becomes something completely different, a different concept. And I found it very challenging, and that's why we invited them to do these presentations.
Thank you very much. And we will see you at the end of the HERILAND session again. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to the first sub-session, which focuses on heritage and the energy transition. So how can we adapt highly valued cultural landscapes to the energy transition? Do heritage and energy transition naturally clash, or can they reinforce each other? And we will first hear from Marilena Mela about her PhD research in the HERILAND project. Marilena is stationed at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, and we will now hear her talk.
Hello, this is Marilena, and in my research I look at island landscapes and on the relationships of spatial planning with place identity. In this presentation I will talk specifically about renewable energy projects and their interactions with heritage. So island populations have a long history of adapting in changing conditions. They had to make use of limited resources and survive in harsh climates, and so we could say that island landscapes have a long heritage of autarky, resilience and sustainability. Today, European islands often face challenges of peripherality. The energy transition is bringing changes to island landscapes and is being expressed in urgent and material ways that take different forms in different places, depending on geopolitics, national policies, or local stories. I argue here that it is only through empirical landscape research that we can capture the diversity of the energy discussion. For that, I will tell 3 stories, hoping that stimulating discussions can emerge through their difference. My first story is about the island of Ameland in the Dutch Waddenzee region. Ameland is part of the Waddenzee, where the open flat landscape is nationally protected. In 2007, the Wadden Islands decided to pursue energy sufficiency. However, any renewable infrastructure had to align with the strict protection regulations. The idea for a solar park came from the municipality and the Islanders Energy Cooperative, and the solar park was constructed in 2016, and at the time it was the biggest one in the Netherlands. Opponents of the project stressed at the time of its construction the visual impact on the landscape, as well as the loss of valuable agricultural land. Nevertheless, today it looks like the solar park is becoming interweaved with the identity and projected image of the island. We will next travel to the Cyclades and tell the story of the islanders' resistance against wind turbine developments. Many big-scale projects have been granted permission, making use of a spatial planning framework that prioritizes renewables as economic development at the expense of local specificities. The turbines and accompanying works would have a very big effect on the small-scale landscape, as it's also being stressed by a recent Europa Nostra nomination. Other arguments against this development include harms in biodiversity and on the vulnerable water ecosystem of the islands. In the island of Tinos, residents and local authorities collectively oppose the construction of turbines and demand the development of a proper spatial planning framework. Through conflict, islanders interact with a top-down spatial planning process that did not include them originally. And the landscape emerges then as something valuable that should be handled with care. My last story is about the Orkney archipelago in Scotland, where many big commercial projects coexist with community renewables, generating revenue for these remote places. Orkney has a long history in renewables, as it was also home to the first tested wind turbines in the UK, but it is also home to the emergent marine renewables industry. Big companies test their innovative devices in the waters of Orkney archipelago, and ethnographer Laura Watts tells the very compelling tale of the multiple relationships of the islanders with energy, including the design of a smart grid, electric cars, and a hydrogen-fueled ferry. So, in seeing the 3 stories together, it is clear that sustainability can take many forms. It is only complete when it integrates ecological, social, and cultural processes with the individual heritages of its place. As the history of islands show, landscape change is truly sustainable when it comes not from the outside, but from the inside, and is generated by the islanders. In the 3 stories, we saw different instances of people caring for the future of their landscapes. This reminds that the future is not unique and is not centrally produced. Small and peripheral places make different futures through everyday stories of innovation, creativity, and resistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marilena. That's very intriguing to see your work in 3 different corners of Europe. And I'd like to involve the audience by posing a question to them, because your presentation was about landscape change, and my question is to the audience, who should be responsible for managing landscape change? I'd like to hear your thoughts. So, do you feel it should be the local authorities and cooperatives, national governments, or transnational organizations? So far, it seems to be that national and local are in a tie together. But we also have the transnational organizations represented here, I can see. It's wonderful to see. I'd like to hear your views on this, Marilena. Does this result surprise you that local is being preferred?
Well, no. From my point of view, I think we really should prioritize local knowledge in many ways, in academia as much as in policy. So I'm happy.
Yes. Yeah, it's also in line with your very clear statement that sustainable landscape change means change that comes from the inside. And related to this, I have a question from a member of the audience, and it's as follows. As an islander from Greece, and also a member of the Greek Eco-Greens party, I have to ask you how we can confront between local societies resisting against mega wind parks. So how should they deal with this reality, in your view?
Well, yeah, it depends who this question refers to. So from our point of view, as let's say people working with heritage and landscapes, or at least from the point of view of my research, I think it is our duty to truly listen to local societies and truly listen to the arguments they make, and then maybe try to relate them to spatial planning or policy making. And I think the example of Greece really shows how spatial planning and development can really be unsustainable in the long term. So I would say that it is our role to deal with it as heritage professionals.
Okay, because in the previous discussion with Anna and Gert-Jan, we discovered that moderating such tense situations are key skills. So how would you like to contribute to a tense discussion like that in the future?
I think what also my research, my presentation tried to show is that a very important line of inquiry lies in really going to very local stories and trying to hear and include as many voices as possible and then tell their stories. So I would really like this to be my contribution.
Thank you very much, Marilena, for your wonderful presentation and also for your interaction with the questions. It was a pleasure. We will now speak to your supervisor, Linde Egberts, who's joining us here live in the studio. She's an assistant professor in heritage studies at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. And my first question is, Marilena's research focuses on islands. How different is the situation on the mainland? So are wind turbines, solar panels much more easily integrated in historic landscapes there?
Well, thank you, Niels. It is not that easy, of course, but there are some general impressions that I can share with you about islands, or islandscapes, as we like to call them. In Western culture, we have quite a stereotypical idea of islands as hideaways from modernity, as places that are rural, that are peripheral, and that should stay that way in a certain sense. So islands tend to be rather well protected in terms of natural and cultural heritage values and well institutionalized in that way, which might make it difficult for landscape transformations like climate mitigation and adaptation measures to occur. On the other hand, if you look at islands historically, they might have been the better connected places in the world. They might have been the generators and starting points of globalization. So in that sense, maybe islands, after all, are not that peripheral. And Marilena's research demonstrates very clearly that The energy transition can also be a means for islands to express their autonomy, their islandness, in a new way by showing how they can be the front runners in the energy transition. You see that in Orkney Islands, you see that in Ameland, but you also see that, for example, in Samsø in Denmark. That is really an icon of renewable energies.
Thank you very much. My next question kind of broadens the topic of discussion somewhat from the, let's say, transformation of historical landscapes as a result of the energy transition to the contribution of viewing these landscapes as cultural values in the process of landscape change. So I was wondering how awareness of this can actually help when it comes to climate mitigation measures.
I sense that your question is a sort of a reconciliation of trying to move beyond a preservation response, right? To move beyond, okay, we value the past, so we need to stop change.
Absolutely.
How can we use heritage and cultural values to actually move forward? Well, if you look at the past as a sort of a repository of past resiliencies, of how communities have dealt with change in the past, and use them as a sort of source of inspiration, then we completely transform our ideas about how the past relates to the future. And it opens up many new possibilities to connect these different realms.
Thank you very much. I'd like to involve the audience now, and then get your response as well, Linde. So the question to the audience is, what should we prioritize to reach sustainability of future landscapes? So please go to menti.com and you can choose between natural environments, the well-being of humans and non-humans, and changes in the economy. It seems to be a tight race. Yes, but so far it's natural environments in the lead and the well-being of humans and non-humans and changes in the economy at a tie. Linde, what's your view on this? What should we prioritize to reach sustainability of future landscapes? Do you agree that the natural environments are the most important?
Well, it's changing again now.
Changing rapidly.
And that makes me rather happy. I think it represents the dynamics in the audience that we have today, that these opinions differ. And that's, I think, a good thing, because that really facilitates dialogue. The well-being of humans and non-humans is much more inclusive and relational than saying, okay, the natural environments are the most important. Eventually, care for nature is important for well-being of humans as well. To maintain our existence as a species on Earth, I think natural heritage and the care for it is absolutely essential. So these things don't exclude each other. I think they can be mutually reinforcing, but it takes a lot of effort to overcome this human-non-human dichotomy, and I think that's one of the main assignments for, well, maybe the next generation of heritage managers.
Yes.
So the ESRs, that TERRANOVA and HERILAND both tend to train.
Thank you very much for those insights, and thank you for joining us. It was a pleasure to speak to you.
Thanks for the invitation.
And thank you, of course, to Marilena as well, who was joining us remotely from Greece. This brings us to the next session, which is rather different. So in the previous session, we focused on the local, regional and national communities and authorities involved in the planning process. And this session that's coming now takes a very different perspective, a global one. Thanks to new information technologies and far greater mobility, we are now connected with people and landscapes across the globe. Our actions influence people and landscapes that are geographically far removed. We have become part of so-called small worlds. In a moment, HERILAND ESR Nan-Bai will tell us how he applies this small worlds perspective in his heritage planning research. But first we will hear from his supervisor, Pirouz, Nourian, who's an assistant professor of design informatics at the TU Delft. Pirouz will tell us about the small world's development and how we can model these global interactions.
Good day to you. In this presentation, I'm going to tell you about my fascination with small platonic globes and the exciting simulations that we can run on their digital models. Can an architect reimagine the whole planet Earth? This is what Richard Buckminster Fuller tried to do by introducing the Dymaxion globe as a tool for political geographers, coining the word Dymaxion as a combination of the words dynamic, maximum, and tension. His goal was to create a representation of the planet Earth that would easily convert to a flat map with minimal distortions while still being a round globe. We asked ourselves if we could make a digital version of such a globe and animate the hypothetical fates of our planet on it. These are the only 5 polyhedrons that are perfectly regular for tiling a spherical surface into exactly equal polygonal facets, providing the most regular tessellations of a spherical globe. Well, the best platonic solid with the largest number of facets has only 20 triangles, but we could not possibly simulate the fate of the planet at the resolution of only 20 triangles and their dynamics. So we decided to subdivide it further into more triangles. Here is a simple picture showing how all distances on these globes are computed as geodesics or walks around the globe on triangular tiles. Such paths form the basis of most geographical concepts, especially because they show physical distances on the planet Earth, for traveling by airplanes, cars, trains, ships, or even horses. If something is far away from you, then you are less likely to visit it or interact with it in any way. This could be the curse of geography, which is better known as the first law of geography, formulated by the famous American geographer Waldo Tobler. Everything is related to everything else, but near things are more related than distant things. We are so accustomed to the idea of measuring distance with meter sticks or yardsticks that we might forget about the most universal measure of distance, time. If you can get somewhere faster than somewhere else, practically you are closer to that space. The same effect that railways have had in shrinking the size of Europe in time, a hypothetical hyperloop network can have on the whole planet Earth. So far, I've been referring to the idea of small world networks implicitly, but now I'm referring to the main concept literally, a small world in which you can get to know anybody just by making a few new friends. If we switch our notion of distance to the number of friends we have to make on a social network to get in touch with someone, then our world will get even smaller and more explicitly similar to the so-called small world networks on social media. My colleague Nanbai will explain this further in his presentation. The late British mathematician John Conway invented this relatively simple game of life in the year 1970, which has had profound effects on the complexity theories of cities and landscapes, for example in making land-use transport interaction models. The Schelling segregation model is arguably the most important example of cellular automata models used for learning policy lessons on how relatively small and seemingly unimportant decisions and actions by individuals often lead to significant unintended consequences for a large group. In this famous example, Thomas Schelling shows that a slight and non-malicious preference to have neighbors of the same race eventually leads to a completely segregated city. This is a key example showing how complex network models can be used in simulations not only for making predictions but also for understanding the mechanisms and forces that bring about change. In collaboration with the Y Factory Design Research Group at the Faculty of Architecture and the Built Environment of TU Delft, we designed the course Planet Maker in 2 rounds between the years 2017 and 2019. The first time for simulating what-if scenarios and envisioning future globes, and the second round for making digital simulation games. In the remainder of this talk, I will present some totally fictitious simulation models that we made for 2 reasons. Number 1, raising awareness on the complexity of the fate of the dear old planet Earth, and number 2, teaching the students some essential methods and techniques from generative sciences for simulating complex geospatial systems. The gist of the course Future Models in the Planet Maker Studios was to combine complex space networks modeled on polyhedral globes and complex process networks in physical board games and digital simulation games. In a short presentation, I cannot possibly bore you with the gory details of how we actually made the simulation models, but I can at least give you some hints and an example. We use cellular automata, agent-based models, gravity models, and Markov chains in particular to simulate diverse phenomena related to climate change, agriculture, migrations, trade flows, and their effect on the planetary landscape. In other words, the common denominator of all models was the changes made on the landscape, technically called the finite colored land use labels of the triangular cells of the polyhedral globes. Here's an exemplary cellular automata model from Planet Maker 1 simulating the economical dynamics brought about by local trades as a finite state machine whose cells are small triangles on an unrolled icosahedral map. Here you can see a screenshot of a simulation game prototype on renewable energy production and its effects on land use from the Planet Maker 1 studio. Here you can see multiple screenshots of the simulation game prototypes made by our students in the course Planet Maker 2. These models simulated the emergent dynamics of landscapes as complex consequences of the interplay of policies on trade, migration, energy production, agriculture, and ecosystems, with geographical distances, barriers, and feedback loops. Our global landscapes are constantly changing. We can use simulation game models not only to educate future practitioners, but also to improve our holistic understanding from the complexity of the processes underlying spatial, environmental, economic, or demographic dynamics. Understanding the mechanisms and forces resulting in change is necessary for formulating new policies. If we manage to understand and replicate such complex mechanisms, or at least identify their fundamental principles, we can use this understanding to nudge public behavior towards more sustainable futures. At the end of the day, small ideas shared by many people may be more powerful than plans dictated by a few. Herewith, I would like to thank all of these students and my colleagues at the Y Factory and Design Informatics research groups for an enjoyable collaboration. Here I am leaving some references for those who might be interested to read more on how complexity theories can be utilized in making the next generation simulation models for understanding the dynamics of future landscapes. I am Pirouz Nourian, an Assistant Professor of Design Informatics at the Delft University of Technology. Have a great day on Earth.
Thank you very much, Pirouz. And thank you for showing us that it is indeed possible to model, simulate, analyze these global networks, the interaction between people and the impact they have on the landscape. And it's exciting to have the opportunity to work with you in the context of HERILAND. It kind of shows the power of the interdisciplinary approach. We will now hear from Nan Bai, who's an early stage researcher in HERILAND. He has a background in computer science and in psychology, and he applies that in his PhD at the Technical University in Delft, which is focused on social inclusion perceived about heritage values through social media. Nan, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Nan Bai, a PhD researcher at TU Delft and an ESR in HERILAND project as well. It is an honor for me to be here to be able to share with you some of my research motivation, also as an empirical extension and application of the lecture given by Pirouz on Small World. Here I will show you that the world is also rather small in cultural heritage and landscape planning. The work package in HERILAND that I'm in is called Democratization. The main topic of my research is to understand the social inclusion happening on social media platforms while the online community expresses their opinions, emotions, and experience on cultural heritage properties. To conduct this research, an important question to answer is, who is this community representing? A quick answer is, the concerned citizens. Furthermore, this concept of citizen is a dynamic one, which is not necessarily constrained by geographical proximity. Perhaps you still remember the tragic fire in Notre Dame, Paris in April 2019. This drastic tragedy caused people from all over the world caring, concerning, and expressing their sorrow on all sorts of social media platforms. Not only showing emotions, many community members are also giving constructive concerns about whether there should be a restoration or a redesign. 1 year after the tragedy, when things went back to normal, people started to share their everyday experience and stories about this cultural heritage again. Because of the travel constraints caused by the coronavirus, this group of concerned citizens seemed to shrink to mainly the locals. While we look at the total percentage of search worldwide recorded by Google Trend, we will see that 4 of the major heritage properties in Europe share the interest of online community evenly from 2015 to 2020. However, if we add Notre Dame to the search, the extreme focus on it when the fire happened diminished all the other interests on a relative scale. We can borrow this concept from neuroscience and biology and call the two situations baseline and activated. While some radical events happened, the concern of a broader group of citizens are triggered and activated. And this makes the globe fully connected like a small world with such common concerns. A further proof of such a small world can also be seen on Google Trend. When we look at the dominant searching keywords among the 5 cultural heritage properties here, we can see that 1 year before and 1 year after the fire, the search interests globally are more diverse. And that during the outburst of the fire, almost the whole globe focused on Notre Dame. As you have already seen in the lecture by Pirouz, the concept of small world is rather common in everyday life. We can argue that the concerned citizens form a smaller world during activation, which goes across the national and geographical boundaries and bring the whole world together to concern with cultural heritage planning. To make use of this significant power of connected small world of concerned citizens, a new initiative about our world heritage started last year and is rather active this year. It seeks to protect the heritage through the lens of civil society. As a side note, despite this new initiative, similar ideas have already been raised in the 2011 recommendation on the historic urban landscape by UNESCO, which is an important guideline for many researchers and practitioners, including our UNESCO Chair of Heritage and Values and our HERILAND project. As a conclusion, cultural heritage and landscape are not isolated spots owned only by the local government. Everyone concerned can form a global citizen network thanks to the small world. We believe those who care can and should make a difference in cultural heritage planning in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Nan, for your splendid talk, and thank you for joining us now, live. I'd like to ask you a few questions. First of all, I was intrigued by this idea that you want to differentiate between ordinary and extraordinary situations. What would be different in either case, and why is it so important for your research?
Thank you, Niels, for your question. And as you have already seen in the presentation, that people kind of act differently in the both situation. While there's something happens when it comes to the extraordinary situation, then the whole globe is activated and they come to express their ideas and emotions and also their thoughts. So this is a moment when the world gets smaller, but not only these radical events, radical moments are important. We are living also in an everyday life. So it's also important to know what are people thinking about in the ordinary or everyday time. So those two are different but are equally important for our research.
Thank you. That's very clear. My second question is, what do you hope and believe your digital approach to community can contribute to the future planning, so the planning in historic urban landscapes. So what contribution do you foresee?
I would say that our research is kind of give us a chance to hear the voice of more people. So traditionally, when we have the interview with the people or we have the questionnaires, we can only engage, let's say, hundreds or thousands of people. But with the help of digital technology like social media, we can know what are people thinking in the scale of millions or billions of people, how they express their idea, how they are showing their intrinsic values on those cultural heritage or the landscape planning. So we have the chance to know more. So this will give us more input as landscape planners in the future. So we don't do things too arbitrarily, but we have the ideas from the whole concerned community.
Thank you very much. And for my last question, I'd like to return to Gert-Jan's introductory talk. And he spoke of the living labs and 2 living labs where we as entire consortium, as entire network, will do an assignment. One in Rome, in Ostiense, and also one in Jerusalem. And I was wondering what your digital methods could there do and how they can go hand in hand with traditional face-to-face methods. Are you ready for that challenge?
Yeah, that's a nice question. I think that this method is really a supplementary method. It is not meant to replace any of the traditional method because we kind of know different aspects from the research. So through the digital one with social media, we can kind of have a broader view or have a more, how to say, concerning more people. But with a traditional face-to-face interview, we can know deeper. So when we combine the two, we have both the knowledge of a wide and a deep knowledge, which can be really nice for our research.
Thank you, Nan, for sharing these exciting ideas with us, and good luck with your research. I look forward to seeing you in real life again soon. Thank you. And I'd like to welcome Kiki back to the stage, because I'm curious to hear how you're getting on with your song.
Yeah, well, I'm still a bit in a doubt, I must say. Yeah, and also all these great ideas, they really pop new ideas in my mind. So
yes,
well, I mean, I'm still in between for the revolution stuff and the small stuff. You know, I could say maybe we should change a little bit if we like step by step.
Yes.
We could do that, but it's also, it feels more powerful after a day like this to go like, we should change, everything's burning down. Maybe it's better.
Yes.
So I'm still in between. So maybe you could guide me at home.
That sounds wonderful. So this already
well, wonderful, it was quite rude.
No, I mean, this dilemma sounds wonderful because it can really go either way. So it's very exciting. This is a big cliffhanger. But what you're really saying is that you guys at home can influence the outcome.
Yeah. So please tell me how I should think about this, because...
Well, Nan will tell you to put away your guitar and do it in a digital way.
We can go at Clubhouse. I think Nan would get me to Clubhouse discussing this. No, but well, that's my thing.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for giving us an update, and I really look forward to hearing the final result.
And I really look forward to the next speakers.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Gert-Jan and Linde back to the stage for some closing remarks for the HERILAND session. And I first have a question for you, Gert-Jan, because in the scheme that you showed us, we saw many different disciplines collaborating, but we also saw the participation of industry and government. And I was wondering, should a historian or a heritage expert not just stay true to his or her discipline?
Yes, I mean, that's a question which is actually quite often asked to me. I've actually been compared with a politician when I start to talk about HERILAND, for instance, and been blamed for doing so. Actually, should stick to what I do, and that is history, that is archaeology. And well, I think I don't agree with that. I understand it. History, archaeology have a tradition of, let's say, historical objectivity, respecting historical objectivity, doing it the Rankian way, according to the German historian philosopher Ranke, wie es eigentlich gewesen ist. So that is reconstructing the past as it has been, and keeping far from the present, keeping far from heritage, because heritage is something which is often considered to be spoiled by, indeed, the presence, by politics, by economics, etc., etc. So we should keep far from that. However, there are quite some changes have been going on the last decades. The historian has changed. There is a common acknowledgement that, indeed, also the historian and the archaeologists are rooted, have a social background. They are just human beings. With their families, with their social backgrounds, with their political ideas, etc. So it's difficult to become unrooted. However, what still stays is rigor, academic rigor. That's not to be torn, and that's still very strong. So I do think that changes have been made, and at the same time, heritage, the field of heritage has become an academic study. And so they have come very near to each other, I think, and it's perfectly doable. Well,
okay. Thank you for those thoughts. Linde, I have a very different question for you, because you've been listening to the whole session, and I was wondering what has surprised you or what has really caught your attention? Thinking about the last 45 minutes, 1 hour of HERILAND discussions.
I've seen very different focuses within each individual presentation, and of course I've been involved since the beginning of the conceptualization of this project, and it's wonderful to see how individual researchers have taken on the quite general descriptions that we as a team have given them, and to make them specific, personal, local, and connected as well.
Yes.
But at the same time, I still recognize the overarching principles of the question whether or not to stay with the heritage paradox and sometimes want to preserve what is good and what is stable. Yeah. And on the other hand, the desire to overcome that fixed position and to accept change, to accept loss, and to open up for the new possibilities that might bring to society and the well-being of citizens. Because in the end, I feel idealism with most candidates to wanting to contribute somehow to a better world by using heritage, and I find that very hopeful.
Yes, thank you. My final question is for Gert-Jan. If there's one thing, this is in line with what Marieke also asked Sjoerd and Peter, if there's one thing that people take away from this session, what's the most important message you'd like to give them?
I think, yes, to the policymakers, vision. I completely agree with what Peter said. Vision, you need a vision, and of course as a society, but especially those who are in the lead, they need a vision. But if I would have to address society at large, I would say awareness. Awareness of the fact that there is not one heritage, there's not one landscape, there are multiple visions of landscapes, of heritage, and we have to, in a way, collaborate together in making it function. And so awareness of the need to recognize other people's visions, and that may lead to discussion and debate. So awareness and debate.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all the speakers and also the people at home who participated in the Menti discussions and who posted questions to the speakers. It was a great session. Now we will have a lunch break. We will be back at 1:30 Central European Time. And I really hope to see you all back. We have the keynote lecture by UNESCO Professor Mike Turner to look forward to about culture and sustainable development and the design of future landscapes. We have a debate to look forward to between members of TERRANOVA and HERILAND about their input for future landscape design. And of course we have the song that Kiki will perform for us live. So I look forward to seeing you all back at 1:30.
Welcome back to the Future Landscapes Symposium. My name is Marieke Eyskoot. I'm a sustainable lifestyle expert, speaker and presenter, and author of the handbook, This is a Good Guide for a Sustainable Lifestyle. I specialize in future-proof living and give people tips and tricks on how to make more conscious choices that help save our planet and therefore, of course, our landscapes. So it's a real honor to be one of your moderators for this event. For those of you who are just tuning in right now, we've had 2 sessions prior to this one about the projects TERRANOVA and HERILAND, and this is my co-presenter in crime, Niels van Manen. Niels, could you tell us who you are and also what has really caught your attention in those first 2 sessions, both from the speakers as well as from the audience?
Yes, Marieke, I'm happy to do that. I'm Niels van Manen. I'm a lecturer at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. And I'm also the training coordinator for HERILAND, one of the 2 projects hosting the symposium today. Several things have caught my attention. I have to say I am very impressed with the performances of the early stage researchers. They've only been working on their research for 1 year. And I know from experience that the first year of your PhD tends to be very confusing. Yet they came up with so many bright ideas and thoughts for future landscape planning. So for me, that stood out.
That is already so hopeful also for what will come next if this is already the level they are at now. They were indeed very impressive, I agree.
Yeah. A second point that stood out for me is the relevance of the past for the future. And as someone who first did a degree in history, that's nice to know and nice to see in practice as well. And what I really enjoyed is that it was discussed from a longue durée perspective, so the geological timeline that stretches back millions and millions of years, and also, let's say, the human history timeline for the last hundreds of years. Yeah. So that in itself, I think, is interesting. It's not obvious. When you have a symposium about future landscapes, you think about innovation, you think about out-of-the-box ideas, so why actually pay attention to the past?
Yeah, and I thought it was really interesting that people also say, of course we need those innovative ideas, but we need the past as well to learn from maybe what we can do differently or what could work to do something, better now, because we do, of course, need a massive shift away from the current practice. That was also something that really caught my attention, that people feel we need to change.
And a final point for me, and this is already a little bit of a step towards the debate, I also felt there were some differences between TERRANOVA and HERILAND. I actually felt a strong kind of activist agenda on both sides, but in a different way. So at TERRANOVA, there's a clear emphasis that we need to change the way in which we interact with the landscape, because the current ways of doing things are not sustainable. And in HERILAND, the focus seems to be on making people aware that there are very different views on what the landscape means and what it can mean for us in the future. Yes. So it's, let's say, a more cultural perspective.
Yeah, so it's going to be our challenge also to hopefully combine those 2 at the end of this event, right?
Yes.
So let's give people who maybe weren't there for the first 2 sessions a bit of a recap of the 2 projects. We're starting with a short trailer of the TERRANOVA project.
Our landscapes in Europe have witnessed many changes and transformations through time.
With energy regime transitions triggered through the agricultural revolution,
the industrial revolution,
and now through a green transition in the light of the Anthropocene.
What can we learn from the past?
And which challenges will we face when designing the sustainable landscapes of the future?
At TERRANOVA, we want to understand the deep history of European landscapes and past changes in human-environment interactions.
This knowledge is urgently required to address the climate and the biodiversity crisis.
We are a new generation of researchers.
At TERRANOVA, we are trained to be capable of co-producing responses to the interdisciplinary challenges of land management.
Balancing and preserving ecosystem services, cultural heritage and economic qualities.
And taking into consideration the ongoing climate, environmental and social change.
The results of our work will fuse into an unprecedented digital atlas of Europe to inspire landscape managers who are planning future landscapes.
Further, our research results will inform sound policy making
and provide the basis to design future landscapes by new forms of land management,
including rewilding areas.
This is how we will help to fill the urgent need.
To promote the sustainable use and conservation of landscapes.
To make the shift into a low-carbon society.
I'm very happy to welcome Sjoerd Kluiving, Project Coordinator of TERRANOVA and Associate Professor in Geoarchaeology and Anthropocene Studies at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. Welcome. What is the concept, if you want to explain to me very shortly, of energy regimes that you use in TERRANOVA?
Thank you for that question. The concept of energy regimes in TERRANOVA is a concept where we look back into the history and to make it conceivable, because you can look back endlessly in history. It can be, and then we divided it in energy regimes, the energy people used in the past. So that was fire, of course, which was, of course, for a long time among people. And then they changed in a regime, when the agricultural regime is also a divide, in fact, into the Industrial Revolution. And that makes it conceivable and also understandable to use a longer term perspective. But it also makes people and researchers aware of the fact that we did have energy transitions before, and that we can make an energy transition again.
Yes, so that is also something that you are looking into, of course, the energy transition to a low-carbon society.
That's one of our missions of the end, sort of mission of the end goal. There's no single researcher who can make the low-carbon society happen, but we all, of course, in our collaborative efforts, try to bring a step forward to that.
So in order to do that, you're creating a digital atlas, right? What will this atlas show, and also how will it become available to anyone who's watching and feels that's something that we're interested in?
Yeah, the atlas is being developed as a major deliverable within TERRANOVA. So we actually are collaborating with all different researchers to compile different pages to the atlas. And so far, we're only in a preliminary stage of the atlas building. And hopefully next month we are going to have the first concept version of the atlas available, of a few layers.
On your website? Is that where you'll have it on your website, or where will it become available?
Yeah, so it's probably made by a German partner, and we're collaborating with them, and we hope to get them the first version next month. And basically the atlas should have a function of informing policymakers on changes in the past over energy regimes, how that could help them to make another change in landscape management, and also to inform policymakers also about previous actions of people, previous movements of societies, also to adopt different systems. Above all, we're also thinking about a popular version of the atlas, because I think as we speak about this, it is a nice concept which speaks to the attention of many people. So we think of a more popular version of the atlas as well, explaining the history of the past in energy regime consumption.
As an accessible way for the general public to also access this information. Yes.
That's
so there are 15 early stage researchers part of this project, right? They are contributing to this. How is their work also contributing to a better world, if you like?
Very good question. Well, all researchers, of course, have different objectives. We have them in 3 different work packages divided. The reconstructing history work package. We also have a redesigning work package, and we have a rethinking work package. So they all have their different ways of thinking about their specific field of research, whether it's climate, whether it's humans, whether it's vegetation. And then they all contribute, in fact, to this landscape management, these policy-making ESRs. So we have the atlas ESRs, the first half, and we have the second half, the policy ESRs. And they both actually are feeding into each other.
I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of that very much, starting from next month already, right? We'll see the first contours
and the
of
first
it.
ESRs already publishing their papers at the moment. So,
there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
So that was TERRANOVA. HERILAND, Niels.
Yes, it's my pleasure to announce the premiere of the HERILAND movie. And this movie will give you a better insight in the setup of the project and also the work that the ESRs do.
HERILAND is a European training network on cultural heritage. We train a new generation of practitioners and academics that approach heritage as a key resource for a sustainable and inclusive world. We do so by focusing not only on such World Heritage sites like the Colosseum or the Amsterdam Canal area, but rather we focus on the entire landscape, everything that we think has heritage potential in the future. And we do so by building bridges between various disciplines. We bring together people from UNESCO, we bring together people from the EU in a common effort to build this training network, an interdisciplinary training network, a transnational training network with people from various universities, with people from various societal partners across Europe.
HERILAND tries to connect the understandings of the world in spatial terms with those in cultural terms and understandings of the past. Landscapes change continuously, they're under transformation all the time. And things from the past, things that we value, can be an important source of identification for a sense of belonging. HERILAND trains young and critical managers for heritage planning who are able to build these bridges between cultural awareness and understanding of the past, but also who have a proactive attitude towards landscape transformation and spatial planning.
HERILAND looks at 4 other transformational processes. It looks at democratization, so new forms of governance with new roles for citizens, businesses and knowledge institutions. At changing environments as a result of climate change, urbanization and deurbanization. So what role can heritage and historical landscape play in a city like this that's transforming so rapidly? We also look at shifting demographies, and we focus on migration, aging and also multiculturalism. And lastly, there's digital transformation, the increasing use of technologies for all aspects of our life. How can these changes interact fruitfully with heritage and historical landscapes through new planning methods? Each of the themes is the focus of 3 ESRs, and they together form a work package.
My name is Elena. I'm an early stage researcher at HERILAND on the topics of conflicting sites of memory and public participation. Me and my colleagues, we are a diverse and interdisciplinary group of researchers located at universities in Amsterdam, Delft, Rome, Gothenburg, Newcastle and Jerusalem, and I am located in Amsterdam at the Vrij University. And besides doing research, we spend up to 3 secondments at non-academic institutions to put theory into practice, to have some work experiences. And what I value the most in our training program is that we have the opportunity of doing socially relevant research. HERILAND is not only about developing individual research skills, but also contributing to solve complex issues. For example, doing our secondments, we have the opportunity of working with policymakers and experts, and doing our field work, we can work more closely with local stakeholders and local communities. For me, these are really important assets because it means that our work is really rooted in real-life experiences.
Okay, so that has given us a flavor of what TERRANOVA and HERILAND are all about. It's an honor to introduce the keynote speaker to you, Professor Michael Turner. And Professor Turner holds a UNESCO chair in Urban Design and Conservation Studies at the Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design in Jerusalem. And his research encompasses social inclusion, urban sustainability, heritage and design. He's also a special envoy at UNESCO and an advocate of the Resilient Cities Program of the United Nations, which is a focal point for disaster risk reduction. During Professor Turner's lecture, we are also collecting questions from the audience, and there will be a Q&A after the lecture, so please use menti.com to ask your questions. Professor Turner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Niels. It's a pleasure to be here in the Netherlands. This is what our physical space has been reduced in the past year, but our virtual spaces has been expanded. So I'm going to look at sustainable futures and the future landscapes. So it demands that we really give some thought to, first of all, what is sustainable? And secondly, can we look into the crystal bowl of the future and how can the landscapes be related to this? But of course, it is an ideal. It already started from the Garden of Eden. And this idea of an ideal and a paradise of utopias continued within our understanding of urban and rural areas, especially from Thomas More, the Utopia, and much later into the garden city activities. So without any further ado, we should then come and speak with Mrs. Brundtland, and actually spoke about sustainable development. And we all know about the fact that it is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations. However, we never look at really the two key concepts, and that's the concept of needs, and the second one is the limitations imposed by the state of technology. Wow. When we think about in 1989 about what they were talking about state of technology, how could we even have considered what is actually happening now with our smartphones and with digital technologies? So much so that David Reed, in Understanding Sustainable Development, said that it is not whether he questions whether it is meaningful to talk of sustainable development. We have no certainty of the needs of future generations. So maybe such conditions are such that it implies that we need to consider whether the imprecise idealism is unchecked by reality. So we don't really need to think too much about the future if we're going to always consider it in the concept of the present. And the second thing is about generations. Well, the biblical idea of 30 years was very interesting, but Karl Mannheim, in his seminal essay in the 1920s, actually spoke of the difference between generation location, generation actuality, and generation units. And if we talk then about 15 and 20 years, a generation of technology is barely 12 months. So we then have to look then at the issues of how culture for sustainable development and look at the three models which have been indicated here. One of the things is to put culture as a fourth pillar. I don't think so. Perhaps culture as sustainable development in this form might be of interest. People speak about pillars. They came much later. They were never pillars, they're spheres. So let's take out the pillars and have spheres of sustainability, of which culture embraces them. And we always draw them so beautifully. They're all sort of everyone exactly equal to the other. But that's not life. Life might be the plan. And what we must understand is the balance and the limits, and which design creates the limits of which we want to have, not what we want to be at. So therefore, the actual spheres of sustainability give that the culture then encloses and then embraces the three spheres of environment, economy, and people and places. But they could be changed. So we actually create that the culture is the limits of resilience, allowing each one sometimes to be more economic, sometimes to be more social, sometimes to be more environmental. But each one of them within then the capacity of the limits of change. So we have to look then at the models of the landscape. We always say that an expert is somebody has a problem for every solution. We've got a toolbox of solutions, the Ramsar of wetlands, man and biosphere, which is their activities, World Heritage, which is protecting culture and nature with the cultural landscapes. We have the management of social transformations, the IUCN, urban protected areas, and most importantly, the FAO with their globally important agricultural heritage systems. Each one, like income tax laws, reacts to a particular situation. So these mechanisms sometimes are usually answering problems which are of the past and very rarely can actually allow us then to generate for the future. So the future landscapes, which is then linking the two programs which are the basis for discussion today, should take on board all these options, but allowing us then to dovetail ideas, whether it is the historic urban landscape, the Sendai framework, the Paris Agreement, or even some of the other activities of the European the European Landscape Convention or the new European Bauhaus. But the only convention which really puts together culture and nature is the World Heritage Convention. It brings it together in such a way that the definition is the combined works of nature and man as sites, and then also that natural sites are then the point of view of science, conservation, or natural beauty. And this was always the view of the gardens, the actual landscape, the British landscape, the French landscape, I would even say the Dutch landscape. So the cultural landscapes which came to be recognized were in 1992 being responded to the definitions in the World Heritage Convention being of the combined works of nature and humankind, express a long and intimate relationship between people and their natural environment. And the two main texts is that of Carl Sawyer in the 1920s, which actually looked at the ideas of the cultural landscapes as we know them now, although it came in earlier parts of the end of the 19th century from geographers in Germany, but they derived in case from the natural landscape, man expressing his place in nature as a distinct agent of modification. And J.B. Jackson, an autodidact landscape architect, actually related to the vernacular landscape being a symbolic expression of human identity, and landscapes are organic and ever changing. And this is where we have to really understand. This is a dynamic. These are not monuments. These are things which respond then to issues which are taking place and to our lives, climate change, both in mitigation and adaptation. They were the concepts of layers of Ian McHarg with Design with Nature. But I also add the issues of continuity. And he preceded the ideas of the computer with the layering, and we now have visible and hidden layers. We have synchronic and diachronic, a palimpsest of layers, impervious, partial, synthetic, receiving, accepting, releasing. All these layers then become to then linking nature and culture. It is not just simply the geological history, the landforms, the climate, and the habitat, but it's also the livelihoods, the rituals, the intangible, and the technologies which are manifest in culture. The second tool which we have in our toolkit is that of the GIHS, Globally Important Agricultural Heritage Systems. Landscapes must be then managed, and they are managed essentially by people. People are custodians of their place. So therefore the landscape, if it's purely to look at, is less relevant. It must then create the sustainability with the city, which is so needed after we've seen with the COVID-19, that we have to create then the interrelationships between the urban population and the capacity then to support that population with food, with livelihood, with security, with recreation. So therefore it is then the wine, the olives, rice, wheat and sheep, the art and ceremony of bread making and weaving. It is the lay of the land. And this brings us then as an integrated part to the historic urban landscape, which moves on from beyond the monument to get the setting and context. It includes the tangible and the intangible, the tradition, the community, and continuity. And this historic urban landscape now is then thinks beyond the historic ensemble. It brings on to include the hydrology, the topography, all these elements of landscape which are inherent in coming together. So where are we now? We are now needing to link nature and culture. We need to link these elements together so as to create a more sustainable future for ourselves. But it's this balance. So it's not the ideal, but it's something which then allows it to move within particular limits. It is between the rural, the peri-urban, and the urban. And I think that the actual connecting practice project of IUCN puts it into very correctly to improve the outcomes for conservation, the recognition of cultural diversity with new working methods and organizational link cultures, interconnected biocultural character of the natural, cultural, and social values. So I will end with just the ideas really which we should look at for understanding the nature and culture. So within the Japanese part that we have Satoyama and Satoumi, that is the connections between the hills and the sea, between the hills and the agricultural land. And when we talk about landscape, we spend all the time, well, what do we say it in your language? And I say, no, that is beautiful, the shanshui, speak about then the Chinese landscape painting with the calligraphy, with the literature. So we should call it the cultural shanshui, which therefore we can take on board and understand the Chinese aspect. And even in Hebrew, we have Yafei Nof, which is in the Psalms, which speaks about beautiful heights, which begins the psalmist version of the city built on high, the integrating of culture and nature. This essentially is the challenge for a next generation, which we have no clue about how they will manage their sustainable future. Thank you.
much, Professor Turner, for that inspiring talk. Lots of questions have come in while you were speaking.
Oh dear.
And I'll start with the ones related to the early parts of your presentation. I think people were really intrigued, triggered by the spheres of influence. And the question that I'd like to pose to you is the following. Culture, economy, and people are wholly dependent and creations of the environment. Is not the environment the all-encompassing sphere?
Yeah, I think that if I was just starting from zero, I would agree with that. In fact, the European Commission, in looking at environmental impact statements, has now moved and included all this idea of cultural heritage as part of our environment. But we are not starting from zero. This is not tabula rasa. So therefore, the way forward would really be to use what we have in the best way. Otherwise, it would be completely confusing. So it might be I'm really sort of like finding a way out. And I think one has to be pragmatic about it. So I would be quite happy to put the cultural part as then embracing, allowing it to embrace, and the culture of sustainability and the sustainability of culture would be a way forward, which I could craft a way which would allow me to look into this way. I'm sorry I don't have a more complete answer, but one of the problems of the idyllic is that it is very problematic. It's that's why I did speak about utopia. So utopia is something which we should always reach. It is not something which we should actually have on our doorstep.
Thank you, Mike. Another question relates to the many international agreements that you also presented in one of your slides. And I know myself that you have a lot of international experience. And in your talk, I think it became quite obvious that these international collaborations are important and influential. But I'd like you to maybe explain a bit more why you believe that this international collaboration indeed is very powerful and helpful.
Well, first of all, I don't think any person is a world, an island of themselves. And I think that there's a lot to be learned within sharing comparative analysis, sharing ideas and ideals. It is very complex. We speak about global, local. There's a lot of local people who've got no idea what global means. So it's really a top-down idea of saying global, local. These global people are sort of throwing bones to the bones out to the dog. So I think that we really need to work out how, in fact, we can use these global ideas to strengthen a way forward. It means that the responsibility of ourselves is to generate local and indigenous solutions, which then relate to that. I think the global gives us those limits. It helps us to craft the limits by which we can then move between it. So when we say that we have a program of a particular thing, that's one thing. But when we say, okay, well, it's not what we want, but it's what we don't want. What is the limits that we're willing to accept in change? And this is often what happens within the pendulum swinging.
Thank you. That actually links to my next question, which is, in practice, at the local level, the implementation of these international agreements often cause tension, crisis, and sometimes actually damage the local community. What is your experience in this respect?
Yeah, it's enormous. It is a problem. And I think that this is where I'm saying that at the local level, we have a great deal of responsibility to come back and have this, the dialogue. The Nara document speaks about that the responsibility of heritage is those who create it. And then in the second case, are those who are managing it. So we're moving, people are moving, there's migrations, so therefore we have to then see when we talk about local and indigenous communities, they are changing rapidly. when we speak about what is the indigenous community in Berlin, is it the Turkish group of people? Is it an international group of people? So therefore, I think that we have to give greater thought to that. And I do think that for the most part, looking at all the international agreements which I have got contact with, there is a greater understanding and awareness, and especially COVID is a great opportunity to actually to strengthen again the local responsibilities.
Okay, and this is a very specific follow-up. So when it comes to specific landscape or landscape features, who decides the criteria that make us safe or change the landscape in a particular way?
Well, that's why I think that the globally important agricultural heritage systems, which places might not be, forget then it's globally important. Important agricultural heritage systems for the local people. So immediately then we become custodians of place. Then it becomes the landscape is the responsibility and the interaction of people, food, because that is FAO are the ones which are managing it, the food and agricultural organizations. These are the people who are looking at food and security, and this is which creates well-being. And the landscape is such that it can provide recreation, but first and foremost, when we put it together with food and security, I think we will be giving back the responsibility to the local people to actually develop in a sustainable way. But custodians can also make mistakes as well.
Thank you very much, Mike. My next question is about stakeholders, and it's a provocative statement by a member of the audience. Our world is not any longer steered by knowledge institutes, neither by government, but by industry, i.e. companies, and in particular, information technology companies. How can we involve them in shaping the future landscapes in a sustainable way?
I think that one of the things that digital technology has happened in the world is that it is empowering the individual, and I think that yes, it is the digital technology. I wouldn't put all the weight into Facebook and Instagram and all these people. We can see what's happening in Australia, that they are beginning to get some elbows into that. But I think that what will happen, again, without looking into the crystal ball, that individuals will have greater power because of the digital technology. And I think that this is where we can make a change. Whether we can then force large-scale groups of people like Microsoft and other people to take on social responsibilities, this is a matter which we all have to work towards. I'm concerned about certain aspects of neoliberalism which are taking place, and also a lot of other aspects about people having less concerns for the environment. When we look at it, it says, well, the oceans will rise another 2 centimeters. Well, it shouldn't happen on my watch. And that's why I'm in favor, instead of climate change, of looking at climate extremes. Because when the weather suddenly floods and then or becomes very hot for a week, we all feel about it, we all know about it. And I think in this way, we begin to then get people to sit up and then make some part. So yes, I think the fact that we can say that the large IT companies are there already is half the solution. We've recognized they're a problem. So I'm hoping that together as individuals, we'll be able to make that change.
And Mike, have you, in any of your projects, actually collaborated with one of those IT giants? Because it's clear that they have a strong influence.
Yes.
Have you been able to bring them on your team?
Strangely enough, that Microsoft have what's called a garage in Tel Aviv, which is their part of their social responsibility. So Microsoft have actually said that they're giving sustainable development as part of their social responsibility. We've just got to tap into that and make it a little bit more. And they're looking at how big data is going to obviously serve them, but also we have to then look at it, what we have to run with the devil, and how is it going to serve us? So whether we run with the devil or whether we decide to take our fork and pitch against the devil is we need both people. I think that there's no one solution. And I think that when we talk about multitude and identities as opposed to identity and communities as opposed to community, we will then have a richness of diversity which will bring us to a far better environment.
Thank you. That links to the topic of diversity, and I'm aware that you are based in Jerusalem, which is a very diverse context, of course. And I was wondering how cultural heritage can also bring different communities together in discussing and deciding on the future of the landscape, even in a contested area like that.
This is very, very difficult. I'm a born optimist, but even sometimes my optimism is tried to its greatest extent. I am personally looking at shared heritage, and I'm involved with the ECHO Peace, which is Palestinian, Israeli, and Jordanian people together, and using the issues of water as something which is a shared resource. We've just finished a fantastic charrette, which was done virtually looking at the Jordan River Peace Park, which is work which we've been doing since 2008, which is looking at the ecology and to bring together a better ecological format for the Jordan River. And I think that in this way that the environment and the ecology can be a base for support. I think that these issues don't know boundaries, and the only way of actually dealing with it is beyond the boundaries. And when we extend our minds beyond these boundaries, I think we're going to also have a better world.
Thank you. A key debate this morning was about the usefulness of the past for the future. And we looked at the geological history, so we looked at the really long-term history of different energy regimes. We also looked at different approaches to the management of landscapes in the past centuries. And one of the speakers actually said, well, in order to restore a more sustainable relationship with the environment, we should not maybe focus too much on the past, and we should basically work out of the box. Where do you stand in this debate?
Well, first of all, we shouldn't be thinking outside the box. We need to change the shape of the box. So, I mean, it's really critical. I think that we need to leave room for the future. So if I do speak about then future generations, there is not a matter of creating nostalgia. So therefore, we do need to understand exactly what sort of interpretations are needed within our landscape. So therefore, if I look at the rice terraces in the Philippines, the government of the Philippines actually asked to be put on the World Heritage in danger because they said it is in danger. Nobody wants to. Our younger people want to move into the town. Nobody wants to take a donkey and go with and just manage these areas. Well, there's room for technology now. There's room for other parts. So it's not just simply the value of the past, but it's the interpretation of the present to be able to create then new sustainability of the future. So I think that we cannot look at the past as just one aspect and then the present and the future, but it's different parts of it which come together, which create that mosaic, which will then allow us to move new arts parts together.
Thank you. My last question is related to our ITN projects and these international treatises. Because in your lecture you presented those as, let's say, background, important and, let's say, informative international policies. I got to know you as well as a dedicated supervisor, mentor and teacher in the HERILAND ITN project. So I want to ask you, what contributions do you see these ITN projects, these networks of universities, companies and government agencies, how can they actually help shaping a better future landscape?
Well, I think the beauty of it, they come from such different backgrounds, and they should feel that they can actually look with their own eyes from the backgrounds which they had. And that is the difference between context and setting. The setting is what we see and in time and place. The context is what I have in the past and the context which I have. The context is this personal addition which each of the ITNs can give. They have got their context. What we are providing is a setting by which that they can then reinvent that context. And I think that this is where the discussion can take place and create then new ideas, which is so important. This is, we're expecting new ideas and to break out of the boxes. And as I said, to not to think outside the box, change the shape of the box and bring everybody into a completely new sphere of sustainability.
Thank you very much, Professor Turner, for your wonderful lecture and also for interacting with all these challenging questions in this way. I think it was a very nice foundation also for the debate that we are about to embark on. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Now, we'll take Mr. Turner's keynote indeed as point of departure of the final debate of today, where contributors of both, and they're all here already, they're so keen. Look, I haven't even announced them yet, and they're coming already. I love that. Key contributors of both projects will discuss the future of the European landscape. Please welcome our guests from TERRANOVA. Here he is, Sjoerd Kluiving. He's project coordinator and associate professor of geoarchaeology and also Anthropocene studies at the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. Also, Peter Verburg on the other side, principal investigator of TERRANOVA and also professor in environmental spatial analysis at VU Amsterdam, where he leads the environmental geography group.
Okay, and then it's my pleasure to introduce the two HERILAND members of the panel. Linde Egberts, who's an associate professor in heritage studies here at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. And she's also a supervisor of Marilena Mela, one of our PhD researchers. And Gert-Jan Burgers, who's the project leader of HERILAND, excuse me, and also a professor in heritage studies here at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. And to get the debate started a little bit, I'd like to highlight the approaches of the two projects towards future landscapes, and in particular related to the SDGs. If that could be brought up on the screen, that would be wonderful.
This is just to look forward to it a bit more, that people get excited. There it is.
Yes, this is just to give you a kind of sense of where to place the two projects. And as you can see at the bottom of the slide, we have various international treatises, collaborations, policies. And of course, they are influential for future landscapes. And on the left-hand side, we have the TERRANOVA project, and we have different themes, different topics, different strategies that they focus on to develop a better future. And then on the right-hand side, we have the HERILAND project with culture-based solution. So these can be a nice launching pad, I guess, for our discussions this afternoon.
Indeed, because if we look at these differences, I want to start by talking about sustainability with you all, because that's vital to both projects, right? And also vital to my own work. So it's very dear to my heart. It seems also maybe from this slide, but also in the general projects, that you emphasize maybe different solutions in that sense. The one more, let's say, nature-based, the other more culture-based. TERRANOVA seems to focus more on environmental sustainability, whereas HERILAND focuses more on cultural and social sustainability, if you like. Now, maybe if you, Sjoerd and Gert-Jan, maybe could very shortly give me an idea of which sustainable development goals and maybe also planetary boundaries guide the two projects. You'll be very gentlemanlike.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, Sjoerd goes first.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Marieke, for the question. Indeed, it's a very intriguing question. I think regarding sustainable development goals or planetary boundaries, we both are surfing them as TERRANOVA. Just starting with the planetary boundaries, which are not so familiar as the Sustainable Development Goals. They are meant mainly published indeed for a more scientific geological community, although Johan Rockström, the founder of this system, implied also a more general sustainability goal with this planetary boundary system. But I think for sure that the biodiversity loss, which is in danger on this planetary boundary scale, is one of the prime boundaries we're also addressing in TERRANOVA. I'm going to turn to the Sustainable Development Goals, which you asked me. Then it's most clearly the life on land, which I forgot the number, but I think it's 13, I believe.
13?
13, yeah. Which is, of course, applicable to, very much to TERRANOVA, because it's our life on land, it's as well as the natural, as the cultural side, even on land, which is approached by TERRANOVA. And I would also say that we, in addressing questions also in this discussion, we also talk about production and consumption.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're addressing multiple sustainable development goals, even
which has a bit of a cultural take there as well, though. A little bit social, cultural.
There is a cultural take, because only to put TERRANOVA in an environmental context is not fair, because we have a bridge between science and humanities. We have archaeologists working in our team, and for example, for a project like the rewilding, we have 3 ESRs, one on the ecological side, one on the social side, one on the economic side.
Yes, so you combine
the disciplines.
Approaches, yes. Yeah. How about HERILAND?
Yes, definitely within HERILAND there is a focus on those SDGs, those Sustainability Development Goals, which focus on social aspects, inclusiveness, equality, well-being. Definitely, they are in the focus, however, always in relation, or let's say in search of a balance with both environmental and economic sustainability. More in general, of course, I mean, every project has its focus, needs its focus. More in general, however, I want to embrace what Professor Turner has said, that when talking about sustainability, whether environmental, whether economic, or whether social sustainability, what we are talking about is especially also a cultural issue, in the sense that it is all about worldviews and with belief systems. And take, for instance, the environmental crisis that we're in right now, which it's generally acknowledged that it is closely related to the modernist worldview of man dominating nature, which has developed in the last centuries, of course, with the Industrial Revolution, with the Enlightenment, etc. So that's what I wish to say. I mean, it is that means that what is needed now also is a cultural turn in this sense. And I think we are living in times in which we directly witness this cultural turn, actually. Clearly, there's still a long road to go, but yes.
Yes. Well, help me out here, though. Maybe the other two speakers could help me a bit, because I hear what you're saying, that, of course, it is both environmental and economic and also cultural, social. But isn't there some sort of conflict in here, though? Because if you want to, for instance, favor the environmental sustainability, then you have to maybe give some policy guidance or some policy solutions that could be even contradictory to the ones that you would give when you look at it from a more economic perspective. So is it even possible to combine all of these within one project, or is this indeed, as Mr. Turner already said, something that is a bit of an elusiveness that you need to strive towards, but you can never really arrive at? Yes, please.
You're asking me.
Yes, I'm asking.
I hope your question is meant a bit provocatively.
Yes.
And I hear
That's my job.
already responding in the way that it's not fair to put TERRANOVA in the nature corner and heritage in the culture, HERILAND in the culture corner. And of course, the name of this symposium is smartly chosen. It's about landscapes. And in my own research, and also in the research of the candidates that I am involved with, is let's take landscape as a basic concept that integrates both natural and cultural values and looks at relationality rather than at a dichotomy between these concepts. And I agree with you that the institutionalized heritage world is very much about either nature or culture, but if we don't start changing the way we think about these concepts amongst us and in the way that we talk about these problems and these challenges, the world outside will also never change. So yes, there is a challenge, but once you put the landscape context as a central point of departure, it is easier for nature preservationists and culture preservationists and spatial developers and people with a social agenda to find each other around the table. That really changes things.
And also look at it maybe from, let's say, each other's perspectives more. I think for me that would also be vital, that you sort of learn a lot more how to see things, you know, from on the other side as you used to see it, and that you now become sort of, you know, a joint force.
Well, in a sense, you then acknowledge what Gert-Jan also said, that really the environmental challenge is a cultural challenge in its basis. It's about how we frame these things, how we talk about them, and then how we take action.
Yeah, how we actually change our behavior or not. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So these things, I think the environment and humans are mutually constitutive. That means that you cannot disentangle them from each other, even though we try to do that in policy. It's time to change the way we discuss these things.
Yes, and hopefully that's also a real goal of this project.
Absolutely.
To do that. Yeah, good. Is there anything that you feel that needs to be added here?
Much to add. We
no,
are
good.
all in
I'm happy
agreement
with that.
in that sense. The landscape being a reflection of our culture, but also seeing that the current landscapes are not supporting the Earth system function anymore, which will affect our culture. So on the short term, economic interests, our culture of willing to have it all at the cheapest price, that's conflicting with the natural boundaries of the landscape.
Yes.
But on the long term, if we're clever, there is no conflict, because for culture to thrive, we need nature to function.
There you go.
And that's basically, it's an issue of timescales. And that's why also looking in the past and then going to the future is so important.
There you go. So let's look at this from a more history and heritage point of view, Niels.
Thank you. Yes, history and heritage feature strongly in both your schemes for planning the future, but there are also clearly differences in the approaches that you take. TERRANOVA explicitly focuses on deep history or geological history, but deep history of the planet, of nature's interactions with humans and culture in the long run. HERILAND is more focused on heritage and the use of heritage in the present. I would like to invite Sjoerd and Gert-Jan to expand on this difference.
Well, I can start again, but I think, well, I was telling you, so geological history is not entirely true, because in our energy regime schedule, we use archaeological periods. So archaeological periods are intensively used also to involve the humanities, researchers, within this energy regime schedule. So in its essence, we try to mix the two sides into the research program to let them collaborate, for example, on a sort of collaborative vision on landscape as a platform to find out solutions. We do take a deeper historical approach than HERILAND, that's for sure, because we look further back into history, and that's also because Peter said that we're trying to use these changes in energy regimes to give us also information about the current energy regime. But we do also think about the future. So our policy ESRs, which are 6 researchers within TERRANOVA, at least 7, they are thinking about policy change in landscapes.
Do they also adopt a long-term perspective for the future, or is that more in terms of decades rather than centuries or millennia?
Peter?
Both.
Okay.
Change has to start now, so we have to look at the leverage points, the triggers of change. But we're also dealing with climate change, biodiversity crisis that we cannot resolve from today to tomorrow. That needs a long-term strategy. A tree doesn't grow in 1 year. The forest takes ages to grow. So this needs careful planning across different timescales.
Can I just quickly butt in though, sorry, in your sort of bit here, but do we have this time? Do we actually have this time?
No, we don't have that time. That's why we need action now, but also plan for the future.
Yeah.
Because systemic change needs to happen, and we know society cannot change from one day to the other, but we need to start changing now to be in time.
Yes, I just felt the need for that urgency to sort of come across a little bit. Sorry.
Does HERILAND have the same sense of urgency? And also, again, can you expand on the role of historical analysis or history in the project and how it informs future landscape planning?
As far as the urgency is concerned, on the one hand, yes, the project itself is not focused so strongly on that urgency. But clearly, I mean, we are aware of that. Although the focus is more on, as I said, the social and the cultural elements with regard to sustainability. So as regards those aspects, I mean, we're not talking about the same kind of urgency, I think, as with regard to the environment. Maybe those are two questions indeed. With regard to the other question, history and heritage, yes, indeed, we are very much more strongly focused on the use of history in the present and the use of heritage to create present landscapes. So it's about the question that has been posed before, whether it is at all of use to use history, actually. That is a central question to us. And yes, that doesn't mean that we don't look into history, but we investigate that question from a historical perspective. So we try to see whether throughout the centuries, indeed, to what degree, indeed, the past has been used, to what degree landscape have been created with reference to the past or not, or that the complete change, a tabula rasa, has occurred. So, and from that, we indeed try to inspire future decisions. So, it is on the use of the present, of the past, to create the future landscape. It's almost semantic, but it's just a level.
Yes, I'll come back to you in one moment, Sjoerd, but first I'd like to hear from Linde also how this plays out in practice. So how does your work contribute then to future landscape planning?
And then I'd say we're also going to move on to the next theme.
That's fine.
Because all these people can talk about all of their subjects for a long time, which is a good thing because it's very important, but there's a lot more to discuss.
Maybe I could take a little head start. What's the next topic then?
Oh, no.
That's allowed.
I think what binds TERRANOVA and HERILAND together is its aim to train critical landscape professionals, managers, researchers for the future, who are able to, in this time frame, connect the deep past and the deep future. So have an awareness of this larger temporal scale, whether it is millennia back and into the future, or whether it is decades or centuries. It is this, I think, the very assignment of good heritage and landscape professionals is that they are able to connect these skills and also be able to temporalize current issues, to realize on what moment in time we are at the moment, and to see maybe also that the current climate mitigation measures, for example, are a temporary thing. Yeah. Right, the solar panels that we place in the landscape now will be useless in 50, 60 years. Yes. So we will move on to other measures or to powerful ones or whatever. So there is this temporal scale that and the awareness of that our trainees bring into the discussion.
Yeah, and I think that's also where bringing something into a discussion from the outside maybe is so interesting. Let's talk about inclusiveness, I'd say, for a moment. And how you sort of bring in citizens in this discussion as well, which I think is quite an important topic for the HERILAND scheme. There's a strong emphasis, I feel, on inclusiveness in HERILAND, not so much so in TERRANOVA. I haven't come across it at least maybe a very short question as to why that is to the two TERRANOVA representatives?
Inclusiveness is important for all research on societal challenges. It's not as explicit in TERRANOVA, but what TERRANOVA aims at is in helping society, policy, to vision the future, to think about the future, and engage whole society into that process. That's also an aspect of inclusiveness.
Yeah.
At the same time, we also acknowledge in TERRANOVA that landscapes are owned and steered and governed by different people that have different powers. And a lot of people have very little to say about landscapes. Land is a very strange resource. It's owned by people that have a lot of decision power on that. It's companies making huge investments in scale enlargements of farms, and other people not having that power. So it's not simply talking to the stakeholders. We do so in TERRANOVA, but it's also in getting a broader societal debate about these issues. So also the people that don't have a stake now in the landscape, but it's their future. It's our surroundings, the landscapes. So it's trying to be broader than just getting to the stakeholders, but especially also looking at the power dimensions in those who decide what happens to the landscape.
Yeah.
To add maybe short to Peter, that we also have these two important partners in TERRANOVA, which are IUCN. That's already often called in the previous talk, in the keynote talk by Michael Turner. And IUCN is one of our beneficiaries. So Catherine Fayet, she's actually based at IUCN in Brussels. So we incorporate this as an important stakeholder in our own consortium. And we work with the European Landowners Organization, which we also partner within TERRANOVA. So that indeed we try to reach out to the landowners, the people who are steering the land.
Yeah. It is an issue, though, I think that's an increasing desire from citizens also to become part of the decision-making process. Also, I think in landscape design. I just read in a newspaper yesterday, I'm an Amsterdam citizen, and we have a massive tunnel coming up. It's the Gaasperdammer Tunnel. It's a big tunnel, it's 3 kilometers long, 75 meters wide, and it will become the biggest rooftop park of the Netherlands. So they're going to create a massive park on top of this tunnel where cars are going to be, under, and on top of it, there will be this massive landscape. And they're actively asking for users, such as myself, to give input on what that should become, that landscape. So where does this leave the role of the expert then? Because I'm going to do it. I'm going to write, all my wishes and desires. But of course, I'm not a specialist, but I am, of course, a stakeholder, I'd say. The role of the expert, I think, is very interesting then.
Yes, sure, but I would
go ahead.
Very much like to answer on that. This is a major theme also within the HERILAND project, just as inclusiveness, indeed. The role of the expert is eroding, clearly, due to democratization on the one hand, but also, it must be said, due to, let's say, a long-term attitude of experts themselves, claiming authority without arguing, without actually demonstrating. So I think that should be pointed out. Things are changing, definitely, in the last decades already. And however, the role of the expert is eroding. And so we need to address this issue and see how we respond to it ourselves. And yes, well, in our view, we have to do so as mediators. We should take that role very serious. Mediators between governmental institutions on the one hand and local communities. Mediators also within the local communities themselves, because these communities are not homogeneous entities. They are continuously striving to create community within themselves. So I think it is very important to play that role, and of course also information exchange. We are, I do say, I mean, the major issue that still is very important, is very crucial to substantiate scientific approach here is the rigor of the scientific approach, and we have to safeguard that and provide information, provide knowledge, as much as possible.
Especially in a time, I'd say, when there's increasing, let's say, disbelief in what is a fact and what is science and fake news and, you know, all of that. I think that is something to then really stand for. What science is and the role you can play, and also indeed the role of the expert, is more important than ever, you can say. I mean, at least for me. We've got room for maybe one more, and then we need to go to the next session. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe just to react so quickly to...
I actually sort of said yes to Linde because she's not had the floor so much yet. Sorry.
I think the role of the academia is important, but also we need to keep democracy on the very high on the agenda in all of these things. And who screams loudest is not always right, but more participation is not always better. So it's a very difficult field to navigate, and in the context of heritage planning, we have very little knowledge on what forms of citizen participation, stakeholder engagement is very effective and actually leads to a more democratic process of decision making. What we do know is that heritage, on the one hand, can be a source of conflict, right? It's either my past or yours. It's my object or it's yours. But it can also be a source for a sense of communality, to get people around the table and to talk about a shared past, and then opening doors for talking about what is our shared aim for the future. So it's a very sort of, it's a tricky ground to navigate. We are actually writing a volume at the moment about democratization and participation in heritage planning to get a step ahead in finding the cues for what makes planning processes more democratic by using heritage. So we try to contribute to that, but we're not so far yet. It is, of course, important that all of our ESRs are knowledgeable about how to facilitate this dialogue in a good way and be strategic about that. Yes. And then they have a different responsibility than citizens. Citizens have maybe a lesser deep temporal awareness to the past, right? Maybe the memory of their grandparents is what our limit is towards the past, and also maybe our grandchildren's life world is where our ambitions stop as citizens. But as heritage and landscape professionals, we need to guard this larger temporal scale. So we are not only moderators in discussion, but we also have the responsibility to guard this longer temporal perspective.
Yes, and also there, I'd say, to bridge between different disciplines, different,
of course.
Let's say, points of power, and also different feelings of indeed owning a certain bit of landscape or even heritage. Let's talk about bridging disciplines.
Yes, the fourth topic that we'd like to discuss with you is collaboration. And both projects actually emphasize the importance of disciplines collaborating, but also academic institutions working together with industry and government. And in this sense, you could see the training networks kind of as a model for how future planning should take shape. So I'd like to know from you, how do you make these collaborations a success? So in the design of your network and how it's actually done. Maybe I can ask Sjoerd first in this case.
You mean in the training aspect of different disciplines?
Yes.
Well, it's indeed, as an interdisciplinary project, you need, of course, to be very careful in designing projects, also in letting disciplines working together. So the courses we develop in TERRANOVA are targeted towards this interdisciplinary collaboration. As to put it on a research level, our researchers, the example I gave about the rewilding ESRs, they collaborate on social, on cultural and economic aspects or ecological aspects. And that is already an interdisciplinary collaboration. So I think the best way to achieve interdisciplinarity is to set different disciplines together and let them work together. In the archaeology group, we have geoarchaeologists and archaeologists collaborating together. So they learn from each other in the different disciplines, well, maybe jointly publishing or joint as well.
Okay. Maybe I can ask Gert-Jan to reflect on the other type of collaboration, so with government and industry. How is that done with stakeholders?
Yes. Well, it's first, I think collaboration is extremely difficult. Let's say that first. Talking about disciplines, we all speak different languages. Also, although we all speak English, but you understand what I mean with different languages, disciplinary languages, but also sectoral languages. In talking about various stakeholders, governments talk completely different languages from business. So they have to meet, and we are in between, let's say it that way. So scientists tend to complicate things much more from a critical perspective. So that's a first step to take. And well, how did we manage to come together? Again, we've got 25 partners from all different sectors of society. And how did we come together? That is, first of all, by engaging stakeholders in the actual design of the project. Think of the Joint Research Commission of the European Commission, which has been engaged in the digital part of the digitalization work package, and so on. So that is the first, engage them. This should not be an academic exercise only. Secondly, we've got living labs, we've got secondments, internship. Our students, our PhDs, go on internship with all these partners, and again there are these living labs in which we all together create new designs, innovative concept and tools.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Peter, and I'm revisiting the question that I also posed to Mike Turner. So many policies on landscape planning are nationally oriented. We have these international gatherings above, but this is the fact. In contrast with this, currently there's a tendency to strengthen regional solutions. Yet in TERRANOVA and also in HERILAND, you've chosen this transnational approach. Why do you think it's so valuable and necessary?
It's very valuable to work across countries and across different contexts, given the different societal, cultural context of countries, but also a different policy context. Different countries, especially within Europe, we see that a lot, take different actions towards the landscapes, towards transformations in society. And we can learn from that, the successes and the failures. And still, it is important to also work context-specific, in particular landscapes, with the people that have a stake in that landscape, understand those stakes and see how interventions, changes can be adapted to what is needed in those landscapes. So you have to work across those scales, respect the local and regional, but local sustainability is not always the same as global sustainability. Just adding up local sustainability solutions does not give us a sustainable world. So we have to also train a generation of scientists that can work across those different scales, respect the local, but embed it in a global context.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, also for Linde, because I was impressed that Marilena is doing research in the UK, the Netherlands and Greece. How do you make this practically possible? So different languages are needed, understanding of local planning contexts. So how do you manage to supervise her in this?
This comparative perspective that Marilena is using is extremely complex to get right, because there are all kinds of stereotypes that are luring if you oversimplify international comparisons. The contexts are so different that it's really difficult to find the right parameters to make this comparison. So keeping it local, focusing on similar localities, and then scaling up, zooming out and scaling up and seeing what these differences are about, is one strategy to not make one case study in every country representative for an entire national planning culture. So that's one of the ways that we try to keep this research out of these potential pitfalls. Well, the yield of this could be that we are able to educate a unique generation, unique as a group of heritage professionals who have skills that current heritage professionals do not have and that we have not been trained in even. I see that most heritage professionals in the European countries that I've worked with are very much aware of their national context, but hardly about the relationship with the rest of Europe or with other neighboring countries. And our ESRs have a unique set of talents and skills to be able to do just that. And it's not only good for academia to generate this new international comparative knowledge, but also for Europeanization, for taking a next step in international cooperation on climate mitigation, adaptation, democratization, all these topics that are so close to our hearts.
Thank you very much. And speaking of collaboration, obviously this symposium was a wonderful collaboration between TERRANOVA and HERILAND. So how do you feel maybe the two training networks can reinforce each other to have greater impact on the design of future landscapes? What's the potential?
In short, I'd say, in like maybe 1 or 2 sentences.
Well, it can be very short. I
Very
think Gert-Jan named the word social change. And I think that's very important. I think we should build on that, that statement and also that mission of HERILAND, because social change is something which is also needed for transitional change. So.
Yes, I completely agree. Since we have to keep it short, I think it is relatively self-evident that we are very much sharing views and complementary, actually, with the deep history on the one hand and our focus on more the present situations, with our focus on inclusiveness, yours on the urgency of the climate change. So that's why we're sitting here, actually. We have the intention of collaborating
yes.
in the near future.
And also possibly, I think, even give like a template of change on a European and world scale level, because of this is what you want, for everyone to come together, look at it from their different points of view, bring together what it is you need, and then sort of move forward as quickly as possible, I'd say. Thank you so much for doing that and showing how it can be done. Thank you so much. Massive round of virtual applause, of course, for Sjoerd, Linde, Gert-Jan and Peter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Yes, amazing comedy artist and singer-songwriter Kiki Schippers has been with us all day because she's been realizing a special and original song based on this event and this theme, and she is now ready to perform the final work of art. I cannot wait. Give it up from your living rooms, wherever you are. Go crazy for Kiki Schippers.
Thank you. I must say, I suspected a Grand Green promo tour from the new Green Deal with Timmermans, and I was willing to endure boring, stodgy tales about the world that's going to end. But I was quite surprised I found such an interesting event. From Tunisia to Romania, worldwide people tuned in. We have to change our landscapes, our foodscapes to begin. So we got into a diet of knowledge to consume, starting with the restaurant of Ken here inside this room. Our starter was Elena's baseline, always good when you're getting into alcohol. Tipsy by the vision that we can change it all. We need this in the dawn of the Anthropocene. And everybody cheered in here and up there behind the screen. Then Alexandre served a dish flavored with past to mobilize our thoughts like our ancestors in the Nemean fast. Then Sjoerd served with the smell of flesh, the first energy regime, like a Cambrian explosion I've never tasted, never seen. TERRANOVA and HERILAND, everybody tuned in. We have to change our landscapes, our foodscapes to begin. The next dish contained choices regarding benefits and costs. We could choose meals, some wrong, some chose wrong and felt their loss. Some were greedy, other modest. Catherine wanted to share the plates, creating a new landscapes on a table filled with traits. Then Gert-Jan came up with an extraordinary flame. He charred the pudding made of traditional recipe by Leen, soothing Annabot, Pan Haggerty and Marilena lamb from Ameland after investigating her HERILAND program. Then Sjoerd was quite unhappy, shouting, "We should stop with meat." And suddenly everybody instantly agreed.
Marieke and also Niels, and then Peter too. Hell no, Gert-Jan zei, this is a living lab, we should look at our ancestors too. TERRANOVA and HERILAND, worldwide people tune in. We have to change our landscapes, our foodscapes to begin. Then suddenly we felt an inspiration near us. In the corner of the room sat their gaming Pearce. You think all you know is true, he said, but let's go playing. If we want a future, can we resist the rules of betraying our principles, objectives? Oh, networks works for the better. Let's cook this final meal of knowledge, all of us together. Then Nan came up with models and lists of our new needs in this mood. Turn out to be the combination of fresh and comfort food. And Linde was so happy everybody found his way. And chewing on holistic views, our awareness grew today. In order not to exaggerate, we switched through different levels. Then Michael Turner took his fork and pitched between the devils. TERRANOVA and HERILAND, worldwide people turning in. We have to change our landscapes, our foodscapes to begin. I thank you for this healthy meal and overwhelming assembly, and wish ourselves a landscape as wide and sustainable as today's bright company. TERRANOVA and HERILAND, worldwide people tuning in. We have to change our landscapes, our foodscapes to begin. TERRANOVA and HERILAND, worldwide people tuning in. We have to change our landscapes, our foodscapes to begin.
Yes! Woo! Woo! Kiki Schippers, everyone. Kiki Schippers, well done. I think we have a new single. We should probably publish this, I feel, and really make it into a chart, like top 50 kind of single. It really feels like one to me. That is so amazing that you managed to do that. That is really, really cool. And with that, our symposium comes to a close. A massive thank you to our keynote speakers, our contributors, of course, Kiki for this amazing song, and to all of you for your participation and your attendance. We hope you've been inspired as much as you've inspired us, and that you've been able to take away from this day something useful, something worthwhile, and something brand new as well. If you want to know more, if that's even possible, after all that we've shared today, and if you want to stay updated, please follow both projects on their websites and social media.
Yes, and the work will continue for another 2 years, and many more fruits will also be shared with you, including for TERRANOVA an atlas, 3 white papers, and also a popular science conference, and for HERILAND a handbook on heritage planning, and a scientific publication. So we look forward to that very much. And finally, we'd like to give Gert-Jan and Sjoerd an opportunity to say a few words.
Yes, well, first of all, I mean, we just have to say, I mean, to really round up this day, first of all, a thank to the audience, very sincere thanks. We have maybe been talking quite a lot about the projects instead about real landscapes, but of course that was the intention as well. We wanted to give you some insights into how these projects work, and we really would invite you also to join in. So please check our websites and you're welcome to join us. Well, having said that, I definitely also would like to thank all those who have contributed to this day. And well, first of all, of course, Marieke and Niels, the moderators. We have got flowers which we can't give you in person, which are over there. Maybe the camera could show them, but anyway, just believe me or not. Thank you very much for this, and I would like to thank also, of course, Kiki for that wonderful song. That was really good, and of course, we identify immediately with all what you said. Thank you very much. And we also would like to thank Joël Corneve and Aletta Meijer for the fantastic assistants. You haven't seen them, but they've been there continuously helping us. And of course the crew that...
the AVC team, yeah.
Sjoerd.
Yeah, thanks to all, of course. And before we say goodbye, of course, then, yeah, I can put this up right for the mic. And, yeah, okay. So I fully agree with Gert-Jan. So it's Future Landscapes, it's going on. And with teams to collaborate, it's the first mission. And let's collaborate on Future Landscapes also with you in the community. In an hour from now, we start the 17th International Conference on Sustainability. And there's keynotes from Marianne Minnesma, from Christian Felber, and also from Diederik Samson. So it's a public congress. The keynote sessions are open. So it's a logical follow-up of this Future Landscape session. And thank you again. So Future Landscapes forever.